Oh,
Alrighty. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. A little bit late, but yes, here we are. And this is the Open Chat. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and with me we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Bionic Dance, Kate Farr. Hello, my lovely. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right, I suppose. I am like tomorrow will be half a month till I move to the East Coast, right? Because
Oh,
for those of you who
my.
don't know, I'm moving back to my old home state of Vermont, and like as I'm going on July 2nd. Let's just put it that way. So, doing the math, tomorrow is the 2 week mark. It all still feels a little unreal, I have to admit. Like it's just it happened really quickly finding this new place, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to be moving. I don't really look forward to Vermont winters, but so I mean there's that. Also, my trip to Seattle is tomorrow. And
Oh,
so that'll be
my.
fun. I've made plans with one or two people to hang out, and of course, I'm going to go to the Mercury. So, looking forward to that.
Good
And
enough.
yeah, so
So you're going to
that's
be
what.
there Sunday, right?
No, Sunday is when I leave.
Oh, okay. But you will be in transit. You will not be available for
Right,
stuff.
right.
Good
I
enough.
absolutely won't be available in the morning.
Okay then.
Yeah,
Alrighty. So yeah, good travels and everything, and gute Reise. There we go.
well, I'm
And
definitely looking forward to it. I mean, I miss Seattle. I know it's probably going to have changed a lot since I was last there, and I mean, I don't know, but I'm really looking forward to seeing my friend Joel again, and he's going to be bringing Megan, who I only kind of know but always liked whenever she was around. And then there was obviously the Fremont Solstice Parade. So yeah,
sounds
and since
good.
I'm not sure when the hell I'm ever getting back to Seattle, or even if. I intend to get my money's worth on this trip. So even after the ride is over, I'm probably just going to still walk around skyclad.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess. I mean, it's actually not illegal in Seattle. They have this whole thing where it's like, oh, as long as it's not to like shock or terrify or assault someone, it's legal to be naked in Seattle. Um,
Okay.
so there's that. And since it's the Fremont Solstice Parade and everybody knows about the Fremont Solstice Parade, there's no way it'll shock or horrify or anything. So, and
Good
of course, I have no
enough.
intention of assaulting anybody sexually or otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. It's amazing to me in its own way that people are just so shocked and terrified and everything by the sight of skin and genitals. It's like, what the hell?
Well, I will admit, I do find penises repulsive.
Yeah,
ah, a
okay,
naked person. Ah,
I
You
can
know,
understand.
I don't like looking at them; they're just ickety. But I mean, it's always a little weird to me when other women are saying I don't like looking at vaginas. I'm like, well, I mean, okay. Like they have the same reaction to them that I have to dicks.
Okay.
And I just find that strange. I
And,
mean, when I say other women, I mean straight women, of course.
yeah, and probably for similar reasons. I wonder. I mean, being a lesbian, you want nothing to do with dicks, and them
Mhm.
being straight probably want nothing to do with cunts. So.
Mm. Yeah, but I mean, I do know. Well, one thing I find interesting is, and I totally get it, is that women have a tendency to be a little more free when it comes to sexual identity. Where it's like there's a lot more bisexual and pansexual women than there are men. And I mean,
Okay.
I get it. And I don't know if that's the world. I just know the West and certainly the United States. So, let me add that caveat onto that. But with that stipulation, I mean, like there is that social stigma in the West of men being too close to each other because you don't want anyone to think you're gay, kind of
Yeah.
thing. And even
Yeah.
among the most tolerant men, among the most like progressive men, that cultural bias is probably still there.
Yeah, okay, I'll grant you that one.
So it's a lot easier to be queer when you're a woman, just because, that like hell, most straight guys think it's hot.
Yeah, that's interesting in its own way.
Oh, I get it. It's like of what I love and none of what I don't. You know, it's like, hey, two women and no guys, perfect. I'm sure a lot of guys, like straight guys, are thinking, man, how cool would it be to get in between those two? Like it would be some sort of three-way kind of nonsense.
That's usually the thought.
Yeah, but goodness knows that I'd rather, like, I don't get the guys. The comedian Ron White, I think his name is. He's like part of that redneck comedy tour, and he's one of the only ones I actually like. But he had this whole thing where he was talking about guys who love to watch porn. They're like, okay, so you love, women with big tits and all that, and they're like, yeah, yeah. And what about the guy? You just want him to have a small dick, right? And they're like, no, no, he's got to be big and huge and hung like a oh. They're like, there's something I didn't know about myself, that kind of thing. Now, I mean, granted, I think that's a little disingenuous because they probably wish they were the guy rather than wanting.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Even
usually
so,
the idea.
but I mean, even so, it's still, I get it.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm with you on that one.
Like,
Um,
I don't think that, I don't know. I'm not even really into porn, so I don't know why I'm commenting.
I don't know. I cannot remember the last time I looked at porn. I mean, it's decades ago, really. I mean,
Also, I mean, the definition of porn is a bit of a moving target.
no,
yes.
that's true.
Well, just give Ed Meese a call. He'll tell you.
Is he still alive?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. Let me look.
But I mean,
Uh,
like, here's a question: is it porn if someone's just naked?
It can be.
But I mean, when
I
I say just naked, I mean like they're naked and they're standing there. Maybe a
Yeah,
pose, maybe something, but nothing overtly sexual, except for the fact that they're naked, which is only overtly sexual because, well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it
guess it
can be.
depends. I depend. Okay, let's try this again. I suppose it depends who you're talking to.
Yeah.
That's usually classified as softcore porn.
I mean, well, but at the same time, I mean, you'll get a lot of. I don't know. I went to art classes with nude models and stuff. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there are
Yeah.
some people, especially since, like, I saw this one picture. Someone sent it to me. Is some chick who's like completely naked except for high heels, standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. And I'm like, I bet someone thought this was meant to be artistic and not porny.
Right.
You know.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
So I mean, that line is not easily drawn.
And it appears that Edwin Meese is still alive and is a million years old.
Ah,
He was born in 1931.
yowza.
So yeah, he's like 91.
Jeez, he is still alive, but Betty White doesn't make it to 100. The world ain't fair.
You know that? Yeah, absolutely. It's a piece of crap.
What do you think about Betty White died and Shatner's still around?
I know. Oh, believe me, like seriously, when he dies, I'm gonna have everyone and their hamster sending me links, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Oh, gee, yeah,
And,
absolutely.
I figure, like, I won't even make a big deal of it. I'll just post something like, "Oh, finally," something like that.
There you go.
At last the world is safe, kind of nonsense.
Well, the guy is
Um,
91 years old.
Yeah, yeah. The truth is he doesn't actually look 91. Like, I saw him on that one episode of The Big Bang Theory, which was only like what, 2, 3 years ago?
Yeah, that's true. He looks pretty young for his age.
Yeah. Which, like, just watch. He'll be the last of the original series cast to live.
I kind of doubt that.
I don't know.
Well, I
Isn't
mean,
he?
Nichelle Nichols is on her last legs. I mean, Scotty's already gone. Bones is already gone. Spock is already gone. No, I mean, Sulu looks pretty spry. And I haven't seen anything from Chekhov for a while, but I don't know. I mean, there aren't very many of them left.
Yeah, there's a point there. I don't know.
Yeah. And it's funny how, like, I ended up switching from actors' names to characters' names halfway through, but honestly, I know them better that way.
Okay. Oh, and by
And
the
I've never
way,
been 100% certain if I'm pronouncing Nichelle Nichols correctly.
I think that's right.
I think that's it. Yes. And
Uh,
by the way, I hadn't got around to it yet today, but for those of you who still don't know, we have our most recent cast member here, Mage Grey Wolf. How are you, dear? What you been
Been
up to?
pretty decent. I got my CBD oil, so I can start feeling better again.
oh,
Happy,
right
happy,
on.
joy, joy.
Yeah. So we got Walter Koenig. He's
What?
Yeah.
What is what
Chekhov.
now?
Chekhov.
Oh. Actually, I think it's pronounced Koenig.
Oh, maybe Koenig. I'm terrible with names.
Well,
Anyway,
I mean,
anyway,
it's not.
he's
It's by no means obvious from the spelling. It's just I remember someone like saying it that way once and like correcting someone who hadn't. I don't know.
yeah. Well, anyway, he's 85 years old. So
Hmm.
Yeah, he's the kid.
Yeah, well, I think the last time I saw him in anything was Babylon 5. So,
yeah. I'm not sure if that's the
Okay.
last thing he was in.
oh, it can't possibly have been the last thing he was in. Although
Oh
I'm
my.
wondering, like, when has George Takei? I'm not sure I've ever seen him play someone who wasn't either Sulu or himself.
I
You
couldn't
know,
tell you. I couldn't tell you.
I mean, I'm sure I could just look it up on IMDb, but I'm just saying, is like, I
Oh.
would actually like to see him play someone else. You know?
Okay then. Yeah, maybe he could play Sherlock Holmes, or that would work, wouldn't it?
Well,
Oh,
hey, speaking of which, I finally figured out why I'd been convinced for years that Tintin's British, and it's because Thompson and Thompson in the English translation, mind you, keep saying they're from Scotland Yard.
Oh, K.
Now, as I understand it in the original, and I'm pretty sure it's Belgian, they're from
Yes.
somewhere else. But in the like the translation to English, they decided Scotland Yard. They never actually say in any of them where Tintin is from. Like it's never said. It may be obvious, like maybe from British license plates. I really only know the ones from the United States. Well, I say British, European license plates. Now I don't know how to tell European license plates apart. They all look like the same bland, like dark on light sort of thing. I mean, I don't know,
Okay.
but yeah, it may be that some of the license plates are obviously Belgian. I don't know, but they never actually say that Tintin's from Belgium.
Okay.
For all I know, he's not.
Yeah, I mean the artist is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the character has to be.
I mean, I could go look and see like what Thompson and Thompson said in the original, and it would probably be some like Belgian, I don't know, police, whatever FBI equivalent kind of nonsense. I don't know,
Mm.
but I mean, right now I'm not that like eager to find out. It's not that important to me.
Moo. Moo moo
It's
moo moo
something I
moo
wonder
moo.
idly every now and then because unlike a lot of people these days, I don't actually take my phone into the bathroom with me when I need to use the John. I keep comic books in there, graphic novels and stuff. And Tintin is a frequent flyer in the bathroom. So,
Okay then.
oh, well, it turns out George Takei, he is actually the youngest.
hmm,
Oh. Oh. I thought
that
that Koenig was
surprises
younger
me.
than he was. Okay.
Yeah, that is surprising. I mean, goodness knows Chekhov was always like billed as the kid of the crew.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
maybe not so much like Wesley, but still.
Walter was born in 1936, and George was born in 1937.
Huh.
Dayu korostu.
Huh.
You know, I
Okay then.
really should open this. I've had it on my desk for
Oh,
several
football.
weeks.
Yikes.
Oh my.
That was
Well,
unexpected.
what to bring with you when
To what?
when visiting a photo driver's license center? Take your signed temporary license and another form of identification containing your signature.
And a third form of identification, your
Wait.
immortal soul.
Yeah.
So they take your photo, what, after some random amount of time holding a temporary license? That seems weird.
It
Because when
is.
I got my last license, they gave me a temporary license after having taken my photo, and the delay, the reason I had a temporary license was they had to print the actual license. There was nothing about, oh, you have a temporary license until we decide to let you take your photo. That's just weird.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is weird, definitely. Did not have to do it this way when I lived in Ohio. It was a one-stop shopping trip. But
You know,
this,
well, I bet you there's someone there who like knows why it is that way, and like I wonder what the explanation is.
I would like to find out. I'm gonna have to try to ask somebody.
And I wonder if
Because
it's one of those deals where it's like, one regulation got in the way of another regulation, and the solution created a much worse problem, kind of stuff, or if it was an actual, all in one decision to make it really shitty.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we've got this. When do I get to go? Because my license doesn't expire until the day after my birthday, and that's still over a month out.
Hey, you want to send Kitty a link?
Oh, that'd be great. Send it to her,
Huh? What?
Kitty.
She just messaged me asking if you're streaming today, and I just told her you're streaming
Oh,
right now.
yeah, bring her on. Absolutely. Absolutely. So,
I
yeah.
do feel like this show gets better when we have more guests.
I think it actually do. I remember there was the day not too long ago we had 4 or 5 of us here, and we had, I think, 10 or 12 viewing, which
Which, I
is,
mean, by this show's standards, is amazing.
yes, isn't it? Absolutely. Now, let me see if I can make some mashed potatoes here.
Hmm. I used to buy those like potato flakes that you can use to make like instant mashed potatoes, and I forget why I stopped doing it
I
because I
get
was enjoying those.
I get the ones that are in single serve.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I have here.
they make packets of mashed potatoes.
Actually, it's in like a little bowl that you microwave.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was talking about buying this big old box. It actually kind of looks like a box of soap flakes, but it's full of potato.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I've done
Oh,
that too.
It's
I've done
just a
that
single
too.
serving.
well, I like being able to regulate how much, though. You know what I mean? Like I
Okay.
don't want as much as they put in that bowl. I want a little bit less. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that bowl's been pretty good size for me.
Well, I've been buying like not tater tots, but tater rounds, where they're like little discs of potato. Like it's basically the same thing as tater tots, but in round wedge form.
Yeah, I think I
Like
know.
in puck form.
Yes, I think I know.
Well,
Oh, get
since
over here.
what we were talking about before we started, we were about the why are men and women's bathrooms separated. Looking
Oh,
at your
right. Yeah.
uh, looks like it
The
has something.
educational part of the evening.
Looks like it has something to do with the women entering the workforce, and people were still feeling wigged out about that. So they
Oh,
tried,
okay. So it's recent.
and people thought, okay, where women were weaker, so they need to be protected. So they gave them like their own little bathroom, so they could be protected from the horrible men that will do terrible things to them.
What, so like prior
Uh,
to that, men and women used to piss in the same room?
Seems like it. Well, at they would have segregation in public restrooms till time that police policies came about as a result of social anxieties about women's place in the world.
yeah, the thing is that maybe the whole idea is that the girls hardly left the house because the guys wouldn't let them.
Yep,
Mm,
exactly. Uh, Women's place was was at the home.
Yeah, which is a
Uh,
whole
The,
bunch
the,
of bullshit.
the human need to separate people into in groups and out groups or lesser and greater and et cetera, it's just, it's weird to me how much we desperately need to do that. Even the people who consider themselves liberal do it. And
Mm.
don't get me started on how the word liberal has changed. I don't know what the fuck people mean by it anymore. Like, I understood neoliberal. I didn't understand why they used the word liberal to describe neoliberals, but I understood what they meant by it. But now, apparently, liberal is like significantly to the right of progressive, except some people think progressive is shitty too. I don't know what the fuck to call myself anymore because nothing means the same thing to two different people.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
I could tell someone I'm a progressive and they would assume that means Nazi, and someone else would assume it means hippie, and, no
Yeah,
between shall meet.
I might almost have to define what you're defining.
Sure.
mm-hmm.
It's funny. I actually did get a pollster calling me up before the primaries saying, "Can the Democratic candidate count on your vote?" And I'm like, "No." And he goes, "Why not?" And I'm like, "Because the Democrats aren't nearly left enough for me. And why are you calling me anyway? I'm not registered with you guys anymore." Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was just and the guy didn't know how to process it. When I said the Democrats aren't left enough for me, he was like, uh, like I think he was used to dealing with maggots, but
Uh-huh.
not
Yeah.
with like rabid and screaming lefties. And he just had no idea what to say after that.
Oh, that's something I saw yesterday. There's tell that the Democrats may be trying to primary Biden
I hope so.
for the presidential election. Now the
Well,
darn
if
thing
if
is,
Biden tries to run again, can he? I mean, he's what, like 88 now?
um, I don't know. Wait a minute. Let me look. Let's see what we've got. Joe Biden. And born 20 November 1942, 79 years old right now.
Okay, well, still, he's like, he should not be president right now, even. I mean, people
Hmm.
kept talking about dementia and all of the like Biden sycophants, the blue no matter who types are like, no, 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 it's just a stutter. And I'm like, look at this video of him 40 years ago and look at him now. That's not a fucking stutter. It took like 2 years before the pro stutter people were like, yeah, okay, maybe he's not all there.
Hmm.
And it's like, well, that's too late, isn't it? He's
Yeah.
already got him president. Now, though, maybe the dementia arguments will hit. Maybe they'll land. I don't know. But they absolutely have to primary the fuck out of him. He shouldn't be president.
Well, the only thing going on here now is I have absolutely no confidence in the Dems that they will pick somebody decent.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the thing is, that's as much on the voters as anybody else. The voters keep getting scared into voting for bullshit candidates by being told it's them or the Republican. So I mean,
Yeah.
basically, people need to stop falling for the fear and vote on policy instead.
I mean, I could just see them fawning all over Harris.
No, I don't think so. I think
I hope you're right. I do.
I've been hearing a lot of like pro Harris, pro Biden people saying now that they're like, oh wow, I had no idea Harris was so terrible.
They
Like
had no
apparently,
idea. What?
well, no, no, seriously, because not everyone does their homework. A lot of people base it all on those say nothing, do nothing ads.
Oh, that's gotta
It's like
change.
those ads, the political ads. Oh, everyone's having a hard time, but it's a brighter day in America as we celebrate the people who does like they never talk about their policies. They just give this like locker room football coach speech, and that's it. So
Oh,
it's like I bet a lot of people thought Kamala Harris was awesome because she made a good ad.
oh, this is kind of funny.
Yeah. Hold on, I've got the. Oh, I think I've seen this before.
The
Oh,
expression
maybe not.
on her face.
Yeah, I think I saw that as a still. Thing is, I mean, what if that's just her face? I have no idea who that is. Like, what if she has the worst resting bitch face in the universe?
It says
Uh,
Maxine Waters.
I knew she looked
Oh,
familiar.
is that who that is? Okay. Then no, she doesn't always look like that. What was she reacting to? What was Pelosi saying there?
I let me.
Well,
I'm not
she's
sure.
casting her eyes to the side, so it's got to be something Pelosi did.
Well, unless it's not even her. Maybe it's the reaction to like whatever Pelosi's reacting to.
Kitty,
Something about
hi,
the
honey.
something about the food security issue.
Hmm.
Hello, my lovely Di. And
How's it
Yay.
Kate
going?
and Mage. Nice to see Mage again. We were talking on purples earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I'm with you, Kate. The fucking ads like Tom Perez, I'm for good things and against bad things, and we need to
Right.
come together for a good, better future. And it's like how to say something without actually saying anything at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not happy at
It's
all right now.
so slimy, and the problem is that people keep falling for it. But I'm pretty sure that most people have seen who Kamala Harris really is now, and I don't think she can ever be president. Like, we may have a black female president at some point, but it won't be her.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
yeah,
any woman that wants to lock parents up for their kids being truant from school, or
Yeah.
refuses to prosecute bankers that evicted little old ladies from their homes for rounding errors. Like there was one woman, it came out to like $1.84 or something like that that she owed. It was some small amount, but the bank foreclosed on her anyway.
Ugh, that's
that is
just
just. It's got to be somebody who's just sitting there waiting for something like that, you know?
not necessarily, not necessarily. It could just be a computer that flagged it as late. I mean, like again, what's the expression? Never attribute to evil what is better described by incompetence. I've known enough people who've programmed like various apps and whatever, where that sort of thing is more than possible.
Sure. However, considering it was Goldman Sachs and
Oh well,
Goldman
okay.
Sachs was essentially they were giving out these subprime mortgages, knowing that they were bad, and then because they had bought out the ratings agencies, they were getting them rated for as AAA, and so they ended up triple dipping. They sell these mortgages, do these mortgages that people can't really afford, then they bundle them together as an investment thing, but then bet on those same things to fail, but they were rated AAA because they bought up the ratings agency. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And then
Now,
you end
like
correct
up
me
with
if I'm wrong.
2008. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because that fit a definition I have in my head. That's a Ponzi scheme, right?
no, a Ponzi scheme
Okay,
is
then a hedge fund.
yeah. Well, I mean, because hedge
Okay.
funds aren't necessarily a scheme,
Well,
but
but
it
my
seems
point
like
is
they are.
that like hedge fund is the one where you bet on something to fail, right?
Well, no, betting on something to fail, like I think it's technically illegal, but like the Ponzi scheme is basically the pyramid scheme where it's,
Okay. Well,
But you
or
have
like
to
an
then
attract.
MLM.
then
You have to
forget the
attract.
word Ponzi. I'm trying to get to the thing we're discussing now about you know like buying up properties and betting on the market to crash or whatever. There's a term for that, and I think it's hedge fund, but I'm not sure. Like, what's the scam where you bet on things to fail? That oh, these guys did it and they lost so much money. It was the GameStop thing, wasn't it? Where like these guys bet on GameStop
Oh
to fail
yeah.
and all the hack. What is that called that they were trying to do? Where it was like some sort of speculation or something. Like they expected it to fail to
Uh,
like buy it cheap. What's that called?
They were shorting this. Was it shorting the stock or no? It was
Short,
something else. Fuck.
a
Well,
short sale? Maybe?
when you
No,
sell
short
so
sale is real estate.
when you short sell can be equity of any kind. I used to participate in
Well,
that
yeah, no, I
years
know.
ago.
Well, this isn't that then. This is like what we sold all of our stocks expecting them to fail so we could buy them back or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
sell you borrow an equity and then sell it, expecting the price to go down. And then you'll,
Right,
when the price goes down, you'll buy it back to cover it, and
Yeah,
then.
right. There's a
basically
term for that, and
they
I'm trying to
wanted.
remember the term for it because that's bugging the crap out of me.
Yeah, no, they wanted it because, like, you basically, rather than having a set dollar amount, it's you're borrowing against a number of shares. So if the share is, $100 a share, when you borrow it, then when you go and have to pay it back, if it's dropped down to $10 a share, then you only owe, you get to
Hmm.
keep that other $90.
Right.
Yeah.
But right now, the part I'm worried about, honestly, is what the hell you call it. All
I
right,
cannot remember. I
GameStop.
cannot remember to save my life.
Let's see. Games. What did they call it? Gamergate, right? No, that was something else. GameStop hackers. Let's just type that down. Uh, okay. Oh gosh.
Pump and dump. That's
What?
all. Pump and dump is all I'm getting.
That's
That
not.
doesn't sound right.
That's not the term I know. No. Um. Let's see. Oh, I hate how bad I am with words these days. Here we go. It says here short squeeze on Wikipedia, whatever the hell that is, but I swear there's another name for
Yeah,
it.
no. It was squeezing the stock. They were trying to squeeze the stock. That was the term.
Oh, you know what? I think it is short selling is the term I'm looking for. It lists
Short
it right
selling.
here. Short selling, yeah. Okay, well, I don't know. In any event, ah.
And in other news,
And
I've
now for
got
something
also.
completely different.
There you go. With
Something
John
less
Cleese in a
depressing.
bikini.
how about I just bring up Christina Aguilera dressed as the Hulk with a massive strap on.
Oh
I mean,
no.
hey, why not?
Well, because ew, strap ons. Not a fan, just saying.
Mm.
It was apparently the thing that the right was getting outraged about because she was at a LA Pride event and it was
Oh.
listed as all ages.
Yeah, well, it's amazing what some people think is beyond the pale for little kids. I mean, like you remember when people were losing it over what was it, Peppa Pig or something, or maybe it was Arth. What was the one with the was he an aardvark or something, Arthur or something? The kids show I'm talking about, where like apparently two male teachers got married or
Oh
something.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I
I think
believe
that
that
was
was
Arthur.
Arthur.
yeah.
And what
I
is
watched
he? Is he an Arth? What the hell is Arthur?
I watched that scene from that cartoon and it was nothing.
Yeah, or you remember what was it? 2 years ago, they totally lost it about two drag queens being in a commercial in the Super Bowl, and it was like literally 2 seconds of two men in dresses on a couch laughing, and that was it. That was
Ap-
it, and they lost it over that.
Apparently, they're losing it over the whole Buzz Lightyear thing with two women as in a gay relationship.
Oh, for crying out loud! I wonder. Like,
No.
I didn't actually look this up. Has anyone watched the HBO Max series, The Flight Attendant?
Nope.
Well, in the second series, there is a character named Grace who is played by someone very, 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 very androgynous. And I have to wonder whether people wigged out about that. I haven't looked it up yet. Um, Apparently, the actor, I don't know what the term is these days for gender neutral acting. I understand some people want to replace actress with actor and just have it be generic. I don't know.
Oh,
Is very non binary, goes by like she, her, and they, them. And honestly, the whole time I was watching the show, I kept seeing a young boy, and I was like, this is just weird. I don't
Well,
know.
my pronouns are us, so you know what the hell.
Eh,
So, do you guys remember it was God, it was like 12 years or so ago, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, where they had some of the dancers from the Broadway show of Kinky Boots, and like the right wing lost their fucking minds over it.
No,
Mm.
well, I've never even heard of kinky boots, whatever that is. I mean, that's a new one on me
It's
completely. I was right now years old when I heard of it.
Okay, so basically, it's a film that takes place in the UK about a guy who inherits his father's shoemaking company, but they're kind of going under. And then he meets a drag performer, and he's like, we need shoes, like heels that can support the weight of a full ass man,
Hmm.
So he starts making shoes for drag performers.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like a sitcom or something I saw where there was a guy who started a bar, right? And like he was running this bar for years until finally he was literally the last person to realize that he's running a gay bar, right?
Hmm.
And like he's sitting there going, wait a minute, that's why there's all men in here all the time, and everyone else is like, dude, it's fucking obvious. What the hell? And he tried to like shut it down and rebrand, and it just wouldn't work. So eventually he just leaned into the skid and said, fine, it's a gay bar.
Hmm.
If I was
You
making
know,
money off it, I really wouldn't care how it would go.
well, I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone on this stream wouldn't, but middle America, it's a harder sell.
Well, I'm not exactly a fan of gay bars. I've been to several, and unfortunately, those that I've been to would lean heavily toward like screens all around the building with gay porn,
Okay.
and the bartenders acting up behind the bar and stuff like that.
Well, it's
And
very
I'm
different
really
at a lesbian bar.
say again.
It's very different at a lesbian bar.
Yeah, I mean I understand so, but yeah, these were toward the gay men, and I just quit going because it just wasn't my cup of tea. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I have to admit there is a very different energy when it comes to gay men versus lesbians.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not
Yeah.
sure I'd be able to define it without sounding like extraordinarily offensive to some people, but there is definitely a more overt sexuality to gay men, it
Yeah,
seems.
it seems that
In
way.
general, I'm talking climate, not the weather here, folks. Of course, there's going to be exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
The climate
And
right now
and
is
that
rainy.
part I'm not so much into. I mean, I keep saying I'm demi. I might just be a regular old lesbian. You've heard the concept of lesbian bed death?
I
No?
don't know if I've
Um,
heard that
it's
term.
it's a thing where like a lot of times lesbians they'll be in a long-term committed relationship and they just plain don't have sex.
Oh yeah, okay.
And like but they're still quite happy and dedicated to each other. It's not as much of a driving component as it seems to be in like straight relationships and gay relationships.
Mm-hmm. No.
And so I'm like I look at a lot of the gay male culture and I'm like, yeah, you guys and you can be friends of mine, but I don't want to be part of that party?
Yeah, and I mean, I was going to these places back because that's where the cross dressing nights were held and stuff. When I was hoping that I was a cross dresser,
Hmm.
we know how that turned out, and yeah, I just quit going to that stuff, and I didn't have anybody to be around, who would put up with me in a dress, and then it turns out, okay, against all of my fears, I guess I am trans. Oh well.
Well, like, okay, I've been talking to these people who are all insisting just up and down that anyone queer is a pedophile, but in this particular instance, because it's coming up, drag queens are all pedophiles, and then they're also like, and they're also strippers, and I'm like, you really don't think drag queens strip, right? It kind of misses the point
Yeah,
of
pretty
being,
much.
Yeah.
and also, let's face it, drag queens are men by definition.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a drag
They
queen
Yeah.
if you're a woman.
they identify
And
that way. Yeah.
for those listening who don't know what I mean, woman is upstairs, not downstairs. Okay, if you're talking downstairs, that's male, female, and anything in between.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to clarify that because I'm sure there's someone right now furiously typing, "Oh my gosh, Kate, I can't believe you said that," and they don't realize it's not what I meant. But I mean, point being is like, you encounter someone who's a drag queen on the street when they're out of costume. You may not have any idea that's what they are.
Right.
That's
You
true.
may have no idea at all because they're men. I mean, if there's going to be like some sort of burlesque show that features trans women or trans men, okay, then we're talking about a different animal. But these are like cis men who like to dress as women for
Yes.
whatever reason. And
Yes.
I mean, we could dispute whether that's cis or not, but you know what the fuck I mean.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, as far as I'm concerned, if they look toward women as sexual and romantic partners. That's it.
No, drag queens can be gay.
Oh, I mean, they can be gay, yeah, but I mean, they are. No, wait a minute. I was going the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was
They
thinking.
self-identify as men. That's what I'm
Yeah, I
getting
was
at.
thinking gay straight rather than cis trans. Yeah,
Yeah.
I goofed. So, para que te pasa ni que va.
Like
The
like
hill.
they believe their gender and sex are in line. They just have a bit of a kink.
Yeah, and I mean sometimes it's for performance purposes. Sometimes it's a hobby. You know.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure that there are some people who are presenting as drag queens who are doing it because they don't know how to come out as trans or whatever. Like, how many
Well,
times has that been a plot of a TV show?
and actually,
Right.
that kind of reminds me of this old it's kind of a foreign movie. It was clearly a ripoff of Buffy. But they had one character that was like a cross dresser, but today he's setting you've definitely like, been very clearly trans because he forgot he was a cross dresser
Oh,
and started thinking he was actually a woman.
Okay. Okay. Tayo
and
Korosco.
not by some magic spell or other.
No, not by for some magic spell. He just came to through like near the end of the movie. He actually came to this realize. Oh yeah, I got
Oh, it's a
sick.
movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
I thought it was a. You said Buffy, and I know
No,
that's a movie
it was a, it
series,
was
but
a
I
it was
tend to
a
default to the series when people say Buffy.
Oh, yeah,
So,
it was a foreign film based off. It was clearly ripping off Buffy.
ah, one of these days I ought to sit down and watch Turkish Star Wars.
Turkish Star Wars?
It's a thing. I'm not going to
Okay.
bother explaining it. Look it up sometime.
Moo.
Yeah.
Well, these days when you start talking about Turkish, I cringe because of that dick face running for Senate here.
Yeah, I don't know who you mean at all.
Oz.
Ex-
What?
Mehmet Oz.
Okay, I only barely know that name.
Dr. Oz?
Dr. Oz, the
oh,
miracle cure peddler, one of the worst exports outside of maybe Dr. Phil
well,
from
just just so you know, when
Okay.
if you say dickhead running for office, it kind of covers a lot of people.
It does. It
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
does.
that's just like saying person,
Right. I mean, there are
um,
some people who've run for office who've been decent folks. Hi, Bernie. I mean
yeah.
but for the most part, it seems like if you want to be a politician and you're not getting into it like for a specific issue, chances are you're a power grubbing rat bastard.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, I
Like I'm
do.
sure there's people who've gotten into politics because they're like, I care about X, and then they get into politics and they start caring about Y, Z, A, B, all of that too. You know?
I do like John Fetterman, and I certainly hope he doesn't go sour. I really do. I will be very disappointed if he does.
Yeah, no idea who that is either.
The other Senate candidate here in Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
he was mayor down the road from here.
Hmm. Well, all right. I know so little about Pennsylvania. I've been to Philly a bunch of times, and that's it. Shall I wonder,
Okay.
do my aunts still live in Philly? I'll have to ask my parents. I don't know. They might.
But we got on the egg thing here.
It's funny. The last time I was in Philly, in fact, none of the times I've been to Philly did I ever get one of those cheese steaks I've heard about. I probably should if I ever go again.
Okay.
You know about Philly cheesesteak, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I would like to try one sometime.
They're pretty
Kind of the
Um,
way
good.
I really, after watching The Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon, I really want to try smoked brisket so much just to know what the hell they're talking about.
oh, it's good stuff.
Well, I've never had the
Definitely.
opportunity. The only brisket I've ever had was at a pho place. Like I got the noodle soup with brisket in it. And that was it. But
Okay.
it was fairly dry, honestly. I want to try the smoked brisket, like the Texas style or the Jewish style.
Okay then.
And it's funny because like I may not have Texans on my side of the or like on in my family, but we definitely have Jews. So Jewish brisket could definitely work. And where the hell did my mouse pointer go? Because the chat is covering it. Oh my gosh, what the hell kind of monstrosity is that I'm seeing?
That's John. That's John Fetterman.
That looks like a guy who would probably be like okay, we're not sure, but the ape human DNA combination may have worked this time.
He's
You
about
know,
nine.
we may have our gorilla super soldier finally.
He's about 9 feet tall, 540 pounds. Yeah, you know.
Yowza. Was he like what, a former professional wrestler or something like Jesse Ventura?
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember what he was doing very early in his days. But yeah, he's the one who had a stroke, and everybody's concerned about his health. I'm a little concerned about his health too, but I don't. He keeps saying he's in good enough shape to keep going. So.
Mm. Well, I mean, keep in mind, like, I mean, he probably had the scary kind of stroke where I didn't. But even so, like, I have some memory issues and all that stuff, but I'm fairly coherent,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But then again, if he had the scary kind of stroke, that's a different animal.
The kind of stroke I had was the ones that kind of affected nervous system on the left side.
Oops.
Mm. So that's the what is it like subarachnoid or some shit? I don't remember. There was some weird name for it. The kind
So
I had was hemorrhagic, and that's the less scary kind. Although it still did fuck me up, and I'm a little surprised I'm alive.
my son's
Okay then.
practicing walking in heels. Come here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, as we speak.
Yeah, he decided to grab my boots.
Huh. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, I wasn't even
And he's
looking.
just like shuffling around the house, wearing
Oh, right
wearing
on.
my knee-high boots.
Oh,
You
you
got
terrible.
a
It's so cute.
you got a future drag queen going over there.
Oh, you're.
Hey, he could do my
Oh
makeup
no
any
no
day.
no.
Drag queens, like, bitch, drag queens are the best at makeup.
Oh,
Aren't
you're.
they
you're
though?
Well, but
being
the
Yes.
such
thing
a.
is, I mean, high heels on a guy, especially if they're boots, don't necessarily mean drag queen.
Yeah. Actually, the whole little trend of high heels started as a male thing.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like I have a tendency to run with goths from time to time, and plenty of guys who are in no way drag queeny will wear heels.
I think it was actually intended to make the guy look taller and more, dominating.
Hmm.
Uh-huh. Yep.
He
Remember
says he's
correctly.
doing a show. He's over here fucking tap dancing.
Ah,
Oh,
you
right on.
you're such a horrible little parent for allowing your child to wear high heels.
Oh
Oh
my, you
no.
should be
Yeah.
arrested and charged
Believe
with
me,
a
you should be
felony.
locked
Yeah.
up in the gulag.
Right? You know, or like Marjorie Taylor Greene would probably call it the goulash. I mean, she couldn't
Right.
get
Oh.
Gestapo or Petrie,
Oh
so,
my
you
gosh.
know.
How? Oh my gosh. What was the other one? It wasn't like there was the peach tree dish. There was the what was the other one you mentioned? The
Gazpacho
right.
Gazpacho, yeah.
Yeah.
instead of
There,
Gestapo.
there was another one though. I saw it recently where she had gotten it so disastrously wrong. Oh, what was it? I don't know. But
It's like
like
every day for her.
how can anyone be so ignorant and end up in office like that? I mean, granted, I'm asking this post Trump, but still.
Well, the people
Having
who voted
money
her in
and
are
running
just.
unopposed.
Well, yeah, that's right. She ran unopposed. Yeah.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Well, that explains a
How
lot.
horrible would it be to run unopposed and still lose?
Ah, there you go.
I remember there was a plot line, like a sort of side plot in The West Wing, where there was a dead guy who won an election. Like even on election day, he was already dead and still got more votes than his opponent.
Oh yeah, I heard
Mm-hmm.
about that. He was never taken off the ballot after he died. They didn't have time or something.
Well, no, no. Well, in The West Wing, at least, I don't know if it's probably based on real events, but in The West Wing, at least, it was his campaign just kept going after his death. Like they decided to keep going.
I don't know if that happened, but
Yeah.
there has been somebody who died and he actually got the most votes, but they just didn't have time to make changes to the ballot.
Hmm. So what happened?
I think they just defaulted or
Well, that
something. I'm not
seems
really sure.
lame. I mean, I have to admit, it would kind of bother me if I was voting in an early primary state and then like the candidate I had voted for drops out later and I don't get a chance to change my vote to who I would have voted for if the original candidate hadn't been there in the first place. Now, I realize that's basically ranked choice voting is what I'm talking about, but even so, it just seems like the presidential primary, you kind of want to vote in the middle because later it seems already decided, and early you could have your vote completely negated by the candidate dropping out. I'd rather be in a middle primary state.
Mm.
I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. North Dakota Republican David, who died of COVID-19.
Oh, recently, huh? It's funny watching like TV shows that are supposed to take place currently and no one's wearing a damn mask anywhere.
No, I am not going to pay you to look at your website.
Like even shows that are being made now and set in the present, no one's wearing a mask. And that's different from say that one episode of How I Met Your Mother where they have a flash forward to a college reunion set in like 2021, I think it was, and well, they had no way of predicting the pandemic, so
Moo.
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that there might have been somebody from Ohio who did that, but no. Traficant ran from prison, but he lost.
Oh, that would be kind of funny having a politician who wins in prison.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
I wonder, like, okay, if there is a rule like for, you can or can't hold office under these conditions kind of thing, right? But then like something comes up where everyone goes, wow, that really ought to disqualify you, but you can't find anything in the documents that are disqualifying in any way.
Yeah,
I guess you have to make new rules, huh?
there
You
are
know, like
so. Hmm?
well, it's just it seems like um, there are a lot of things that are universally agreed, so no one should get away with them. But we, for some reason, seem quite unable to make laws that prevent it.
Oh, and this
And
is
Yeah,
I think unable, like, let's discount the whole unwilling part because even when we're willing, we can't.
and looks like we have another one from Georgia here of a Jerry Smith. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but he died 3 days before the election, and it was ruled that the ballots cast for him were voided. So
Oh,
the other guy who's running in, he was running against one.
okay.
that just seems so shitty. You shouldn't be able to void votes like that. You should be allowed to, like, people should be allowed to change their vote if the candidate they voted for was disqualified.
Yeah. And then you've
You
got
know?
so many situations where you have that sort of thing where nobody anticipated something going tango uniform. Like, remember Kim Davis? She refused to do her job, but there was no way to remove her. It
Mm.
wasn't written into law. Um,
She's the one
so,
with the marriage license, right? The gay marriage license. That
yaha,
was her.
yaha,
Okay.
yep.
The one who sort of looks a little bit like Amy Farrah Fowler, but not quite.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Uh, uh, you know, maybe it's just me, and maybe it was mean, but I like on Twitter called Dinesh D'Souza lemon-headed. You ever notice his head sort of looks like one of those lemon head candies, doesn't it? It's like
Mm-hmm.
a similar shape. And
Mm.
I mean, I don't know if he's blocked me for it, but I did. I called him a whole bunch of names without swearing at him, and I don't know if he'll take it well or if he'll even notice.
I don't know if he's got
Lemon
enough
headed.
going on upstairs to even notice, to tell you the truth. I tell you, I cannot stand
Uh,
him at all.
Well, he
Us?
was trying like hell to challenge someone. I think it might have been Chris Hedges. I'm not sure, to a debate. And I'm sitting there going, the only reason you're doing that is to brag, is your ego, is you want to be noticed. You know, this is you looking for attention, Dinesh.
You know,
It's
honestly,
Yeah.
basically what I said to him is like, why should anyone give you the time of day, you lemon headed little moron? Is basically what I said. I made it more eloquently phrased than that, but still. So I mean, I just I don't know. I'm pretty
uh,
sure that when someone challenges someone else to a debate publicly like that, like they're trying to call someone out, it's pretty clear that they don't want a debate. They just want the spotlight on themselves.
Uh
no, I don't know. I think his head's more like a potato than a lemon.
And maybe I'm thinking of him when he was younger. I don't know, but his head used to have this strangely oblong shape to it.
okay
I'm just
then.
My first Twitter account, I'm actually blocked by Dave Rubin.
oh
Um, well,
Oh
like
my.
he had made a comment about like a show or something he was doing, and he was like, if we sell out, and I made the snarky remark, if you sell out, Dave, that ship has sailed, and he
hmm.
blocked me for it. Snowflake.
Oh my.
Like what a snowflake bitch
That-
made
That's
move.
like that's like
Like
a badge of
honestly.
that's like a badge of honor for getting blocked for that reason.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't managed to be blocked by anybody where it's like this. I'm proud of being blocked by fill in the blank. You know, I mean, I know a lot of people wear being blocked by someone as a badge of pride, but as far as I can tell, none of the assholes to whom I respond have blocked me.
Uh huh.
I'm a
I.
little surprised Jim Jordan hasn't, because I've been giving him both barrels daily, multiple times a day.
The only celebrity I know that has me blocked was Leslie Jones from that late the black girl from the 2016 Ghostbusters movie.
Oh, you've told that story.
Yeah.
I'm blocked by Christopher Titus, which kind of pissed me off. The guy, I used to really love his comedy, but I mean, I'm sorry if you're going to block me for disagreeing with you about Chris Rock. Fuck off.
Yeah, I
Mm,
mean, it's one thing if someone's engaging in like, actual like toxic behavior, but making a snide remark, or like just, calling them out on their bullshit and having them like block you for that, like that's stupid. It's like, because honestly, me just saying, if you sold out, that ship has sailed. That was literally all I said, and that's all it took to get the block.
Oh, and for the
Mm.
record, I am not blocked by Steve Shives.
You know what's weird is on my old account on Facebook, he and I had like been Facebook friends for years, and I didn't remember friending him at all.
hmm.
But somehow I guess we must have. Maybe it was before he really made a name for himself and got a rep.
Okay.
I don't know. Because, I mean, it's weird. He's never been anything but nice to me, but I get why people don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind
Same
of
here.
the same story with me.
Yeah, we used to talk back and forth quite a bit years ago.
He and I never had that kind of a relationship, but I mean, we didn't hate each other.
Never really talked to the guy, but I'm kind of surprised I'm not blocked through fiat of being associated with someone else.
Oh,
Well, I do have people on I follow on Twitter who aren't exactly great people.
oh. Well, I mean, that's one thing is I have on occasion thought about following people I can't stand just to keep tabs on them. But at the same time, I don't really want my friend list tainted by their presence because let's face it, the algorithm will latch onto it and start thinking I'm one of them.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm known to occasionally follow the enemy because I want to know what they're up to. But yeah, I can see how the algorithm would get screwed up. Yeah, Clockwork Rex. I just threw it in the side chat if you want to come on in. And
Oh, jeepers, you're opening it up to the whole chat?
why not?
Oh boy, we're in trouble.
Well, I mean, I guess you do have
Oh,
I
control over
have.
who
I
you'll
do.
let in.
Yes,
So,
I do have control.
oh, and why is Kitty not have a blue name?
I gave her one. I don't know why she hadn't had one earlier. Um, but yeah,
I don't
when
need
I
to be a mod. Like, it's no big deal.
well, okay, the thing is that Diana got this thing from Jeff about like everyone gets a wrench, blah, 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 blah. Personally, I don't like to give them out unless I trust someone enough to, be a good moderator and to, make sure that if someone's being slimy, they'll deal with it so I don't have to. But
well,
otherwise, I don't like giving out the wrench.
I trust Kitty.
It-
Yes, but again, you still give the wrench out to pretty much everybody who's not a spammer,
That too. Yeah.
which is
it-
not something I would do. I would only give it out to people I trust to wield the power properly.
yeah. The only thing I can think of as a benefit to that is you can put links in the chat that way.
Yeah, that too. That too.
Hmm. Still, I mean, I'm just saying I don't like distributing authority too willy, you know.
Mufti.
Thinking about they probably should have like an in between thing where you don't have exactly moderator abilities, but you can put links in. That would probably be a good, in between.
Hey, too. Basta Koraya.
I don't know. I bet YouTube probably figures, well, we have that. Isn't there channel memberships? That sort of thing. So
I don't know how that works.
it
Hey,
looks
too. Basta
It's like a
Koraya.
paid
remarkably
thing.
similar to Patreon. It looks like they tried to build Patreon into the system.
Yeah, done it
Yeah,
there.
basically.
I mean, that's the thing. They've tried that sort of thing before, and I mean, like, not that in particular. I just mean they've tried looking at something that's gotten popular outside of YouTube and trying to incorporate it into YouTube, and it
I'm
never
looking at
seems to work out for
yeah,
them.
I'm looking at those.
YouTube
I
shorts
was just
and
going to say the shorts.
Hmm. It's like, guys, like, let other people have their little niche and, just do your
Yeah.
thing instead of having to dominate the entire market. Why not just focus on one little bit? It
What
would
was
be
it?
helpful.
What was it called? YouTube Red. That was supposed to be like
Oh,
YouTube as a streaming
Lord.
service.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that was? I thought there was something. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but I thought YouTube was also putting out a more adult service, and by adult I don't mean XXX. I mean like 18 plus, is in this is not for kids who won't understand it kind of adult.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
well, they do age gate videos now, especially after the FCC cracked down on them because of COPPA, which is why if you put up a video, you'll have to check the thing of this content is not made for kids.
Yeah, I just put that on their permanent checkmark list.
Yeah, me too. It's just that and their definitions and their expectations and their basic paradigm is so screwed up. Like, it's taken them so many years to realize, no, not all cartoons, not all animated stuff is for kids. Like, it took them
Yeah.
forever to figure that out. And even now, like, I'm sure if I put up Quinn Redshift and I mark it as not for kids, they'll look at it and go, cartoon, yes, it is, strike, you know?
Uh,
Yeah.
No, not
yeah.
necessarily.
Then again,
Well,
Has Been Hotel. I
I don't
mean,
I don't know what that is, but have you ever seen
Yeah, it
Cat
has been
Shit
host.
One?
Who?
Cat Shit One. It's basically like Counter Strike, but with furries. It's a pair of commando rabbits who go and attack a desert stronghold manned by camels.
Oh, jeez.
It's Japanese, but they have an English dub, and it is like brutal. I mean, it is absolutely. When I saw the thumbnail, I was like, okay, it's called Cat Shit One. Here's a bunch of bunnies. What the hell's going on? It looks like it's going to be something cute, but no, it's like massive amounts of death and violence. It's crazy pants,
Oh, yay.
but
Right
it's
up,
also cute.
right up my moo.
So yeah,
Oh,
Cat Shit One. I recommend it, but I mean, it's like 20 minutes long, and it's fairly intense for something animated like that.
Okay, so that was called the Meower Rangers.
Oh, Amanda!
Hello.
Oh, hey, it's
Yay!
been a while.
Finally, we get to speak with words and verbs and maybe some adjectives and stuff.
Are
We've
you
been on
having
streams together before, Mage.
Are
Ah,
you
yeah.
having fun in your new place?
It's nice to have a place, and our roommate's really awesome, and it's nice and clean, and yeah,
Oh man, that's
But
beautiful.
is it the bomb?
it's the bomb, yo. I
Do
mean,
people
we
even
don't.
say that anymore?
I don't think so. I think it's been at
Mm.
least a decade. I mean, we Angel and I share a very small room that kind of sucks. And we don't have any like we've had to since we escaped. We don't really have anything. We're literally building from scratch with no clothes on our back. So we were able to get a um an air mattress, but like I have uh those spinal cord stimulators in my back that have one of them has a really big battery. It's very painful, and yeah, so sleeping on an air mattress is going to kill. I think I get maybe like 2 hours of sleep before it's excruciating. I'm not trying to. I hate that I'm complaining because everything else is wonderful, but
Well, you
something
sound
needs to
like
be
you're in a
done.
better mood than usual.
That's true.
Well, I'm not terrified, so like we have a place that we can stay as long as we want, and so we don't have to worry about being out on the street, basically. So,
That's a very important thing. Yes.
but everything's very tight. What happened was we didn't know like we only had a few days left at the hotel. So we didn't know where we were going. And obviously, I mean, we've been doing this for over a year looking for a place. We've also been without a place for 8 months and haven't found a place. So I didn't think within 3 days we were going to find a place. So I got an Airbnb on Monday. And then Tuesday, I got a text from this woman. And then this happened. So I tried to cancel the Airbnb and she wouldn't let me. So she took all of our money. Everything we had for the
Oh.
month. And I begged, like I told her, and I begged her, I was like, look, we've been homeless for eight months. This is the first time we've had a chance to actually have a place to live. And she's basically like, nope, fuck you. It's mine now. She took everything from us. So,
What a bitch.
Ugh.
yeah,
Man, you cannot win for losing, can you?
no.
Like seriously, someone's got to. There's got to be a break at some point. My gosh.
We were lucky that Cadence stepped in and loaned us the money for so that we could actually get the place. So
Well, let's just hope that
otherwise,
break isn't a bone.
what?
Let's just hope that break isn't a bone.
Yeah, basically. So, but yeah, we have, like I said, we're barely going to be able to eat this month, but we have to start. I put together a wish list. If people want to help with that, uh, for just things like lights and shelves. Like I said, there's literally no room, so we're going to have to hang shelves on the walls and like
Want to put that
put
in the
up
chat?
put up stuff. If
Or
I can figure it out, yeah, I'll
just
try.
say feel like stick it in the chat?
Yeah, if you've got one of those online wish lists or something, yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Okay, I can try. But yeah, it's just like we don't even have like we're using some of the stuff that she has, um, like her dishes and stuff, but like she doesn't have plates. She has one plate. It's really weird. I
One?
don't know what that's about.
That is weird.
Yeah.
What are
Like
you
she
talking
has
about?
plenty of other things and she's being so generous and like she basically told us, have any of the food that you want and it's just like she's been really wonderful, but like she just doesn't have plates for some reason. It's so weird.
What does she do if the plate breaks?
I have no idea. She mostly eats out, so like I don't think she really eats the plate with the plates a lot.
Oh, okay, like, that might explain it.
Yeah.
And you know where my brain went with eat out.
I
So,
was gonna
Yeah,
say I don't.
yeah,
I
yeah,
rather
yeah.
like eating out, but I don't want to leave the house.
uh,
I don't know
nah,
how to do this. I'll figure it out later.
There are a bunch of places I'm looking forward to eating at when I go to Vermont. I want to try every place I remember as a kid, like Al's French Fries and every pizza joint like Mr. Mike's and oh hell, what's that other one called? No, it's not Philomena's. That's been gone for years. Well,
Mhm.
whatever. The point is that I really want Leonardo's. That's it. I really want to try everything that I haven't had in decades because it's been a while.
Yeah,
Uh,
sounds like it.
I miss some of the like uniquely Vermont things you can find there. Like maple anything. You can get maple ice cream and oh my gosh, that is so good.
Yes, I've had maple ice cream
I was
before.
able to find
I
maple
mean,
ice cream in a store, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as good as what you can find in Vermont.
Yeah. I mean,
I
like,
grew up in
I'm
New England as
usually one
well.
to prefer things that are like manufactured rather than homemade, especially when it comes to food. Because let's face it, a lot of homemade stuff is just like, you know, twigs and berries and hay in it and all that shit. So I'm like, I'm looking forward though to some of the homemade Vermont maple stuff.
Oh
Like the
God,
local business maple foods and all of that. I am
there goes the neighborhood stools here, and he's telling me that this is being streamed to two separate YouTube streams. I did not know that. What the hell is going on
Maybe
here?
that was the problem you had earlier.
I wonder. Let me see if I can see what's going on here. Okay, let's go here.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's doing this damn thing again. Why is it doing this again? It's to the current stream and then to Coffee with Lavender 156. It did this once before. And why is it doing that? I don't understand.
duplicate stream key.
Yeah, and I don't know why
There you
it's
go.
doing that either, but that's
Well,
another
why didn't
story.
you? Well, no, but when it said that, why didn't you get a new one?
I tried and it wouldn't let me.
Uh, well, I'm sure that's the reason. Because let's face it, it says 118 and 156.
Yeah,
118 is clearly from yonks ago.
a long time ago. Mita botoye. Wait a minute now.
I
Okay, let's
wonder,
go over here.
wonder if that's actually in the dictionary. I'm looking up yonks.
I'm gonna have to pound on this damn thing over the next few days or something to try to get everything shut off.
Yep, there it is. It means exactly what I thought it meant.
Huh? What?
What's happening?
Yonks.
I can't
What?
keep up with what the Diana's talking in one direction and you're talking in another. So,
Oh, wait a
Well,
minute.
remember, you only have to pay attention to the one that's important. Anyway, like I was saying,
All right.
no, but yeah, yonks is in the dictionary. I forget where I heard it first. Might have been like I think I heard it in a British comedy like Red Dwarf or something.
Chunks it away.
Ha! Yeah.
I am depressingly very close to out of weed. I'm actually not
Okay.
sure how many more like times I'm going to get weed while I'm here. Probably if this isn't my last one, then the next one will be.
Oh my.
I mean, it pretty much has to be because unless
Yeah.
I can buy it in Vermont, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be smoking up while my dad's here helping me move. So it's
I
either
don't
this one or
know.
the next one that's my last vape card of weed. At least until Vermont decides to get its head out of its ass and legalize the stuff.
well, I mean, it's not legal here, and I'm stoned, so
Well, yeah, but I mean, like going to a dispensary the way I can here. It's like one of the few things I'll miss about San Diego is the dispensaries.
yeah, I really could use a dispensary. Actually, we just got weed for the yeah, we got weed for the first time today in over a week. So because it's not really legal, so it's not easy to get. It's not like I know people here, but look, Shay was like yesterday afternoon. My roommate, her name is Shay. She asked if I wanted to smoke with her. I was like, okay. And that's how we sat and talked for a few hours and smoked together. And then Angel came out and he smoked with us and we talked and we made food together and it was nice. It was a nice day.
I like that. That
Hmm.
sounds really good. Okay, Stool, hopefully I've got that other one turned off now, and I will do my best to see what's going on, because I don't like the way this thing's treating me.
It's
Yeah,
the duplicate stream key, I'm telling you.
it looks like the other one's gone now.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's duplicate stream key, but the question is, why is it throwing that up at me? Because I'm
Probably
certainly
because
not
there
asking
you need
for it.
probably because you need a new stream key. That the stream key you're using is the same as stream key for a stream you've already streamed.
Well, I've been doing that for over a year.
Well, you really shouldn't be. I mean, you remember that time when nobody could get into your chats, like no one could get onto the stream with you because the link you were sending them kept having all of these multiple redirects.
Yeah, huh?
You should be getting a different stream key for every video.
Oh my. Well, I'll
So
try
much
that next
work.
time. Try that next time. Oh,
I seriously want to commit a genocide against these houseflies. It's like every time I strike one down, two more appear in its place like a goddamn hydra.
Strike me down, and I shall become more powerful than.
No, it's so fucking frustrating. Because they keep flying in my face, and that makes me want to do a violence.
I don't know. I think you should wait until they're flying out of your face before you do violence.
yes.
How am I going to smush them if I don't do the violence?
Well,
Well, I just
if
mean
you
don't have them
try,
in your face when you do the violence.
yeah, if you try and you miss, it could be painful.
I will take it. Like, I even have a little fucking thing to electrocute them. And it works when I can
So
actually
that's
hit the
not a tennis
fuckers.
racket?
No, if you hit a fly with this thing, it's like a bug zapper and it will electrocute them.
Yeah, I keep one
I
next to
don't know.
me.
Wait, don't you usually catch flies? It's the batter who hits them.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Uh-oh,
Mm.
someone's muted again.
Tayo karasto?
Probably
No,
saying
my
something to her
son's
kid.
screaming. I wanted to make sure everything was okay, but it's
Ah,
his Lego thing didn't come out right or something. So it's a small
Uh,
problem, and his dad's got him, so it's fine.
okay.
gotcha.
But I hear him screaming bloody murder, and I'm like, what's going on? I'll make sure everything's okay. But
Yeah.
it's Lego related, so it's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Hmm. You also no one ever screams clean murder like poisoned rather than violence.
Now wait a minute. What do we have over here?
I suppose poison isn't all that dramatic unless it makes someone turn purple or explode, but still.
You want a
Uh,
dramatic poisoning, strychnine.
Yeah?
Strychnine is probably the nastiest poison to use on a person because it
Uh
literally
huh.
can cause your bones to break because your muscles contract so tightly.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard it described as the worst possible death.
I don't
It's
know.
oh.
very very painful.
I still say immolation
Immolation,
is
yeah.
worse.
That's gotta be
Oh,
the
sure,
worst.
but I'm saying, like, if we're sticking strictly to poisons,
Oh,
the,
sure,
the
sure, sure. No, I'm not
nastiest of
disputing
them
what
would be
you said. I'm
strychnine.
disputing what Diana just said.
That strychnine is in mouse like rat killing stuff, right?
Yeah, they use it in,
Yeah.
in rat poisons.
Ugh. A lot of people used to use that as a way to kill themselves. Holy shit. And I'm sure they had no idea. It's not like you have the internet now where you can look up, you know, how painful a certain method of suicide is. I'm not saying I've ever done anything like that, but like,
Well, you wouldn't
you
be
know,
talking to us if you had.
Well,
I
you
mean, I
could look it
have.
up. It's whether or
Yeah.
not you've acted on it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Many forms of suicide are actually quite painful.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing. It would be really nice if it were generally available to to have methods that I call QCPR, quick, clean, painless, and reliable. I mean, there are people who have darn good reasons to want to die. Um,
No, you don't. Don't.
No, I mean, I'm actually with you on this one, Diana. I believe, in bodily autonomy and I believe in a right to die if you want to. I think there should be a little gatekeeping to make sure that you are able to understand the ramifications of that decision, maybe a counseling session or two. But if after that you still are done, then, Godspeed.
yeah,
So they have these suicide booth thingies. Apparently in Switzerland, I remember there was like the first legal like suicide or something was some chick who'd been abused big time and had no way of enjoying life, like brain damage or something. I forget exactly what it was, but she was like the first person to be legally euthanized by her own request.
okay, okay.
And they use these really comfortable booths apparently to do it. They have like all these sound systems and stuff so you can go out watching your favorite movie or listening to your favorite songs or whatever, and then they just come and get you after a while, I guess. I don't know.
That would be great. I mean, really. I
I
mean,
I think, that it is inhumane that we treat our pets better than we do our fellow human beings
yeah,
insofar as if they're suffering, we allow their suffering to end as opposed to forcing them to linger on because we selfishly don't want to mourn them.
Well,
Well,
but
yeah,
our pets don't have
absolutely.
souls, obviously. So,
Well,
I mean,
neither do
it's okay
people.
to. I'm joking here. Like I'm sure their reasoning is like, well, animals don't have souls, but humans do. So it doesn't, I mean, all dogs go to heaven and all that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But still, I'm sure that's part of it. Is that so much of religion is human exceptionalism. So
yeah. Well, I've told the story before, but my grandmother passed away. She had her favorite uh, snack of potato chips and Bailey's Irish cream. Laid down in bed, had her masseuse, his daughter, give her a foot massage with her other youngest son there, and she died in her sleep, getting a foot
hmm.
massage.
Great. Oh my word.
Well, I have to say, when I die, I want to go peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, not screaming in terror like the people in his car.
Yeah. I mean, or like my grandfather, the way he passed, it, he didn't have a very good quality of life, and his doctors are like, all right, you can continue the medications that you're on, and you might get another year or so and you'll feel miserable, or you can stop taking the medications and get maybe 5 or 6 months, but you won't have these crippling side effects of the medications. And he chose the latter, and he actually ended up making it 9 months, and he said he felt 15 years younger. And then when he did finally go, he had gotten out of the shower and went to step over to the bathroom sink, and his heart gave out and he was dead before he hit the floor. It was almost instantaneous.
Okay,
So I'd
then.
rather that.
I
Yeah,
think
well,
about my
I,
babka.
I, I would want a
Uh,
little warning first.
well, I mean, let's face it. The way it sounds, you didn't know what was going on by the time you managed to bounce off the tile, anyway. But
No, but my point is that like I wouldn't want necessarily an unexpected death. I'd want a heads up a couple of minutes ahead of time so I could just prepare myself. I mean, maybe there's something I want to finish before I go out. Or
okay,
maybe,
okay.
Like splinting your middle fingers up,
yeah,
so that when you go into rigor mortis, you're just
or
fuck
pet the
everybody.
cat one
oh,
last time, or go out hugging my Howie or something. One of
yeah.
those things. It's like I want an opportunity to put things in order just briefly, just enough time,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think about my babka. She had a series of strokes, and for the next 5 years, all she could do was cry because she was absolutely miserable. And I have to wonder what she would have given for a one-way ticket out. Mm,
Yeah, I have a friend's grandfather. He had one of his legs amputated for because of diabetes, and they put him on this medication that basically it was the wrong medication, and if they took him off of it, he'd die. But he decided,
Ooh.
okay, that's it. There's only downhill from here. So he decided on his own terms he's just not gonna take any of the medications anymore, and he just let himself go.
Okay then.
So he died on his own terms.
Yeah,
Mm.
And it
and I
was
tell you.
interesting. It was
Mhm.
interesting at his funeral. You walk into the funeral place, and you hear his voice is over the speakers. He had pre-recorded all of these, you know, uh, his life and everything. So it was like playing these clips these CDs that he made on a loop throughout the entire funeral.
Hmm. I remember hearing about some guy, I think he was Scottish, who recorded a bunch of stuff before he died. And so as they're lowering the coffin into the ground, there's this pounding going, help, help, let me out of here. Oh my God. And of course, everyone who was there knew him and knew that was the kind of stuff he liked to do.
Okay.
So, yeah. And will my sound please stop auto adjusting itself? God damn it.
Oh, and my neighbor here, he had his mother here with her, so she wouldn't die alone. And of course, the one weekend he leaves was when she dies.
Oh no.
So when he comes back, she's sitting in her chair. She's been dead for like a day or two. And the ambulance comes, and the asshole boyfriend that my mom was dating goes in that try and help since he worked as EMT. And they tried to put her in the body bag, and she kept sitting back up because of the rigor mortis. If you get her in the body bag would sit up.
God, that's got to be beautiful.
Yeah.
Ow!
Moo?
Well, don't do
Punched
that.
the wall. Accident. I was trying to put my hair up and I hit the wall.
Hmm.
Yeah, that bitch.
What do we have
Oh,
here?
yikes. No wonder the cats are giving me a look. I'll be right back. I have to feed them.
Oh no.
Yeah, I gave my son Kanye an early playtime, so I wouldn't run into have to wait and take him out late.
Oh, here we go. Act 4, Scene 3. um, I forget who this is. Let me look this up here. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. There we go. Where's Polonius? Let's see. And Hamlet answers, in heaven, send hither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But if indeed you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby. I love that. Oh, I don't know. I'm strange. People also ask, what is the famous line from Hamlet? Which famous line? Jeez.
You know that famous line.
Yeah, must be.
It's over, Anakin. I have that high ground. That one.
Having the high ground, it really isn't all that great in certain circumstances.
Yeah, literally, what Obi-Wan just told Anakin that in the episode last night. So
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to fire on an enemy below you, it's quite easy. Excuse me, quite easy to fire over his head.
Yeah, in a sword fight, also it gives you a reach disadvantage, where they can cut you off at the legs.
Yeah. Dayu Korostu.
Really, the high ground thing is actually good in siege situations where you have a fortified structure.
Oh my, oh my.
Yeah, see, the high ground is important because nobody can pour boiling oil on you for.
That's a very
Yeah,
good
uh
point.
huh.
And I do believe it's disabled my audio again.
Well,
Yeah,
I
what's
can
going
hear you
on?
if that means anything.
No, 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 my audio.
Oh, I didn't know
As
if you meant
in,
your audio in or audio out.
Oh, and of course, Cheech and Chong had the very high ground.
Yeah, that too.
So we just gonna sit around there and wait.
Tayo oras to.
this day I've
What's
not
happening?
seen a Cheech and Chong movie.
Sorry, my mouth was full. I had a pen in my mouth while I was marking this off.
Well, I
Okay.
is full of it.
Son of a bitch! They keep fucking with my volume levels. Could we please keep my volume levels where I put them? Like my input levels are so low. They keep dropping them down into the 60s, and that won't get me any like audibility at all. The VU meter is barely even going a third up, if that. It's very frustrating. So, but every time I start to get things at a volume level where I think they're right, fucking Windows drops it back down again on me. It's very frustrating.
Huh.
You need to run Linux.
No, I don't need to run Linux because Linux won't run any of the applications I need to use. Yeah, that's what I say to fucking Linux. Maybe if Linux was a bit more compatible.
They do have to work on that. That is something that they are a little short on.
Can you imagine if they managed to make a Linux system that was cross compatible with both Mac and Windows?
Ugh, why would anyone want to be compatible with a Mac?
Well, it's
Just to stick it to
basic,
them.
basically compatible with Mac already because
Yeah,
Mac
it's
Mac is
same kernel.
essentially NetBSD on a proprietary kernel.
Yeah, but Macs suck.
Of course they do.
I don't know as much about computers. I mean, I know the basics. I can, do the things that I need to do. I can play my video games and talk to the people online that I enjoy talking to, but I do not think I would be able to run like Linux or anything like that.
I used to write cross-platform years ago. I don't know. I should pick it back up because I like programming. It's
Yeah,
just I haven't done anything lately, and
for
well, I
for pro-
haven't done anything lately. I mean, now that I've been sick,
yeah,
but
well, for programming, Linux is good. It seems that, then again, if you're a good programmer, you can basically make Linux do whatever you want it to do.
yeah, make it do headstands and tap dance and all kinds of fun stuff. Really and truly. Um,
It's kind of how my dad used to do it. If Linux didn't do it, he'd write the code to do it.
hmm I mean, there are some certain things I'd like to work on, but these are the kinds of things that you get teams of dozens of people working on. One person can't quite do it all.
Yeah, I never learned how to do any coding or anything like that.
I
I've
learned
been
a
working.
little, but the people who were teaching me weren't teaching me well. Like I was not taught how to make an engine. I was taught here's what this command does, here's what that command does, but not how to use them. It wasn't until much later in life that I figured out exactly how a game engine was supposed to function.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
I was like, oh, so okay, I can actually, but it was far too late. I was well into other.
Yeah, I've been slowly trying to work on how to relearn learn how to do HTML and trying to learn some JavaScripting as well. I really need to pick that back up. I kind of put it to the side for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I the closest to anything as far as like being tech savvy or computer savvy is when I'm playing old video games and I fucking pull up the command console to give myself like buffs and shit. It's like, oh, I
Hmm.
want this weapon and I can't find it. Okay, cool. Now I've got the weapon.
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah,
done
I
that with.
scripting and coding.
Oh yeah, I had the Diablo 2 hack program. That was fun to play around with.
I think. What was that? The level editor, or was that something else? Because I seem to vaguely remember fucking around with. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of a different game entirely. Never mind.
Yeah, this thing allowed you to basically create your own items and everything.
Hmm, that's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I mean, that is one thing I like about older games is the command console because if I want a challenge, there are certain games I'll go to, but I am a whore for story. So, like, I am perfectly content to spend 200 hours playing a game on story mode just so that I can do all the side quests and make all the recipes and so on.
The
It's all
only thing I don't like about that is when there's a level cap. Because like I was going through Cyberpunk 2077 a second time and doing every side quest and everything else. After a while, I maxed out my level, and there was no point in doing them anymore unless there was a good story attached. And most of them were just, fire and forget, shoot something and retrieve something. So it was kind of dull. If there hadn't been a level cap and I kept feeling like there was something to work for, it would have been better.
usually with level cap, you want to make the cap where you don't run into that wall.
Well,
I don't
there
know.
you
For
go.
me,
I
I'm a
I hit
So
level
you,
completionist.
50,
yeah,
like, so quickly. I hit level 50.
yeah,
Yeah, like even with a level cap, I'd just be like, fuck it, there are more quests. I must do
Mhm.
every single quest.
yeah. You want to set it up where you're not running out of quests before you run out of levels. That's
Well, I very much ran I suppose part of the problem, though, was that, I knew what was coming in one of the very early quests, and so I leveled myself really high up to be able to make it easier, like,
one of
before I
the
did it. Like, I took a lot of bullshit missions and killed a lot of random bad guys, just a lot of grinding to get my level up so that I could take on that mission without, a lot of frustration, and I
oh
guess
the
maybe that was part of the problem why I hit the level cap.
level 99 and going in and taking out the first boss.
You know, basically. Well, I mean, if anyone's played Cyberpunk 2077, that mission, the heist where you and Jackie go in and steal the relic, that is an intense mission if you haven't leveled up quite a bit.
I've not played the game.
No,
Mm.
I can confirm. It is. It can be a little bit rough if you've not gone off. But see, again, like I'm the kind of person that I will try to do a bunch of side quests or most of the side quests before I even continue on with the rest of the story. Like fuck, when I was playing Final Fantasy X, I spent a good like fucking 30 hours just on the Mi'ihen High Road just grinding mobs
Yeah,
like
yeah,
to level dress spheres and stuff in 10 too.
yeah. Grinding for me doesn't bother me in games. It's just a kind of a actually I find it almost relaxing sometimes depending on the game.
Well, as long as they keep it interesting. I mean, like, okay, I don't know if you've played Far Cry 3 or Far Cry Blood Dragon, but honestly, my favorite part of the game was going in and liberating one of the bases. And when I liberated all of them, I was bored. I hate to say. It was the same thing with a couple other games where it was maybe not like liberating a base or whatever, but there was something that I would do that was so much. Oh, I remember it was the Mad Max game where taking down one of the convoys was so much fun. But once you've taken them all down, there's none left. And I was like bored. It was kind of weird. Like as much fun as the rest of the game was, I couldn't keep doing the part that I liked best. And so I was like, eh. I finished the game just for the sake of completeness, but I wanted more of what I was enjoying.
I hate when when I run into that in games.
There we go.
Hmm.
Yay.
Do you
Yeah,
still have any hair left there?
No, actually, pull it all off every time I pull the bandage off. Man, yeah, get this stuff going every other day. And what's really fun
Oh,
is when they pull the needles and I keep bleeding.
Oh,
and
fun.
they're putting pressure on there for 20 minutes, and every time they take it off, I keep bleeding again. And it's like, oh, fun! You know, get the
hmm.
mortar, stucco over there. Oh, man, you tell them, well, just let me bleed out. It only takes 5 minutes.
Oh, oh, yes. Episode 3 of season 3 of the Orville airs tonight.
Oh,
Tayo
yes.
Colosso!
Yes, looking
I mean,
forward.
fuck, there are a lot worse ways to go than bleeding out. That's for sure.
So they told me. I have
I'm
to
told
keep
it
that
just
in
gets
mind.
really cold and then you pass out. I don't know.
I'm wondering if that would be about it. Yeah. What I don't
I
know
mean,
is
is
if
it?
you. Hmm?
Well, if I recall, the reason they limit the amount of Sudafed you can buy is because you can commit suicide with it, or maybe it's because you can make drugs out of it. But I swear there's something like sleeping pills you have to get from behind the counter, like not by prescription, but like they still keep them behind the counter, so you can't buy too many at once.
It's
The
meth.
pharmacist has to hand them to you.
I think you could.
The
Yeah, I think.
Sudafed is because you can make meth.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, one of them was like, if you get enough sleeping pills, you can kill yourself with them. And I forget exactly what it was, but there was something restricting where they were like, yeah, we're not selling these in quantity anymore. We have to. I forget exactly what drug it was, but
Well, as Katie said, pseudoephedrine. It's a
yes, but I'm trying to
fairly.
track down the one about the sleeping pills that kill you right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know when someone mentions something that you know something about, you like to change the subject, but I'm still trying to like talk about whatever it was that what the hell was the drug I'm thinking of? I don't know.
Barado. Metapagiti.
Mm.
Oh, my. But, trying to think of what I was thinking of. Oh, well.
I don't know. What were you thinking of?
I don't know. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before, but other than that,
Oh, that reminds me of my grandfather. Like that was one of the songs he used to strum chords on a guitar and sing that song along with The Little White Cloud That Cried. And there were a few others, just like folksy type songs that he used to sing to us when we would go visit. Hmm.
moo.
I miss my granddad.
So I'm looking over Four Leaf Clover, published 1927.
Oh, later than I thought. Okay. It is the boo, it is the go,
Ooh.
and I is really. Just see Kate blowing her top over there.
No, I'm actually barely paying attention.
Oh, okay. I was just singing about how I is full of poo. Oh,
In that
man.
Stool's
Darn.
theme song, I mean, pretty sure it is.
Say again?
Isn't that Stool's theme song? I'm
Yes,
pretty sure it is.
absolutely it is. Yes.
Darn it. And I'm looking over a Four Leaf Clover is not in the public domain yet.
Oh, boy! Don't tell me Disney bought it.
No, it's a year off.
Okay then.
It's any song or musical or work published in 1926 or earlier is in the public domain. So next year it should be in the public domain.
Well, should be. There are a lot of things that should be in the public domain that have had exceptions made for them. Like basically everything Disney ever made should be in the public domain. Well, not everything, but
A
Mickey
mouse
Mouse.
should be, yeah. Like, what's this I've been hearing about maybe them changing the rules back so it will fall into the public domain.
They're gonna fight that with every penny they have.
Yeah, they won't have to fight too hard. They'll get it handed to them.
I'd love to see that happen, though.
I would make so much fucking Mickey Mouse merch and sell
Oh,
it.
yes.
Like, you have no idea.
Watch the entire Disney empire just crumble.
Seems like it's almost crumbling now.
If nothing else, I'd like to see them just destroyed because of Star Wars.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if Star Wars ended up in the public domain. I'm not sure I'd like it very much, but it wouldn't be boring.
Yeah, true.
And that's the thing is there's a lot of there's a lot of properties, products, franchises, etc. out there that a lot of the world sees differently than I do. I mean, hell, even things where it's like I'm in a group full of, say, Roxette fans, and most of them love the ballady stuff, where I like the more upbeat, like, up tempo type stuff, the more uplifting stuff. The more rock and rollish stuff, less than the ballads. But I'm the outlier again in that group. It's like so I bet if people were starting to make like a lot of Star Wars fan film stuff because it was in the public domain, I guarantee people would take it even worse directions than Disney has.
Oh,
Guarantee it.
I've heard some. It was just joking around. It wasn't. I don't think it was anything serious, but it was joking that George Lucas intentionally he set up Kathleen Kennedy to run the whole Star Wars thing after he sold it to Disney, so he could so they'd tank it so he could buy it back at a fraction of the cost.
Why would he even? Well, okay, I guess. I don't know. I think that's pretty stupid.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
know. It reminds me though of selling off your sports car to somebody who beats it to death, such that you could buy back the pieces. Could you ever reassemble it into what you had previously?
Mm.
I mean, even more than that, because honestly, so many people hate the way that Disney went with it outside of their Disney Plus stuff. Like The Mandalorian is fucking amazing.
that's about the
I
only
loved
thing that
it.
yeah, that's the only thing that's really worked so far.
But I mean, very much, he made bank selling it to Disney. So you get the money and then then when it tanks, you can be like, "Hey, I want to buy it back." Even if you buy it for half of what they originally bought it from you from, that's still 50% profit.
Yeah, but could you ever put it back together to what you once
Oh
had?
yes, you
Oh,
could.
absolutely, because it's like Disney fucked it up. I am the creator of this, see, like come back, and a lot of people would. But
Well,
people
when
tend to
Disney,
forget that
well,
he
when
also made the prequels.
Well, first
Yeah.
of all, I think people give the prequels way more hate than they deserve. But next of all, I mean, I'm not saying they don't deserve hate. I'm saying people have turned that hate way, like they've let it get magnified over the years, and it just, I don't, I think it's unwarranted. But also, I mean, when Disney bought Star Wars, they chucked out the entire expanded universe. George Lucas could chuck out Disney Wars and reinstate the expanded universe.
Yeah, that's probably what would happen. And actually, I've actually softened to the whole prequels. Not even talking about how comparing it to the sequels or anything. I mean, actually, over the years, I actually like the prequels more.
Well, I mean,
The
for
one
maybe it's just because I'm a big old fan of things like Babylon 5, but I actually enjoyed the trade route talks, the council sessions, all of that. I like seeing those big galactic council meeting type things. They had it to a lesser degree in Babylon 5, for example. So there's that. But also, I mean, I can't help feeling like a lot of the hatred directed toward the Phantom Menace was just an overreaction to Jar Jar. And I do wonder, like, if Jar Jar had been introduced much later in the movie, where we could watch Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon do a whole bunch of stuff first, I wonder if people would have been so cranky about it as they were when Jar Jar showed up right at the beginning out of nowhere.
well, I
I mean, point being is that the prequels are not that bad. They're actually decent to watch. It's just the looking at them through the lens of defeated expectations that makes them bad.
Well, a couple of things. One, I think the fact that, George Lucas did the whole Jar Jar thing and then people hated him and he kind of doubled down and like made Jar Jar like even bigger in the series than I think was initially intended, just as a fuck you to the people that absolutely
No,
hated Jar Jar.
actually,
We
it was the
watched different Star Wars
no,
movies.
it was actually the other way around. Jar Jar was supposed to have a bigger role than he actually did.
Was that? I could have
Um,
sworn it was the other way around.
And that second movie, he was barely in it at all.
I gotta run. Angel's asking me for stuff. So,
Oh,
Bye.
you
Well, say
everybody have
hi.
fun.
well, I
See
am
you guys
so happy
soon.
for you. I definitely am, and I
Yeah,
hope you get all the good stuff and
I
things.
am too. Thank you.
Or maybe
later.
it was they made him more obnoxious.
And find that damn list and put it out there, will you?
I did. I think I linked it in the chat.
Oh, okay, fine, that works.
Yeah. I'll do it one more time
Honestly,
before I go.
Okay then.
I
Take
really
care,
do feel
honey.
like they toned Jar Jar down for the second movie.
Yeah, in fact, I remember there was a delay in one of the movies because they were having to rewrite things from because of having the Jar Jar.
I saw the movies when they came out. I haven't really seen them since, so I'm just going based off memory. But like my head canon is that Jar Jar Binks is a secret Sith Lord.
Yeah,
And I hear that
I
a
like that
lot, but
Jar Jar. I do like
I
that
don't buy
Darth
it.
Jar Jar one.
Well,
I
he
don't buy
is the one that kind of single-handedly handed over the reins to Palpatine.
Yeah, but you know that expression about not attributing to malice what can be explained by incompetence? I mean, Jar Jar's an idiot. That's been
Well,
established.
there was other things they were pointing to that would suggest that the idiot thing was just an act.
Well, okay, but the thing is, I mean, like, if you look at some of the stuff that Jar Jar does, like in the second movie, I think when he votes for the emergency powers, that like he did not get that idea himself. He only got it from listening to other people talk. And that is a very classic sort of Hollywood chucklehead, chowder-headed move for a character to make is to hear something and get the wrong idea about what to do about it and then go and do it. Right? It's pretty clear to me Jar Jar was a pawn, not a player.
It makes me like the character more though, and it makes the
Mm.
prequels better to me for him to be a secret Sith Lord.
Well, okay, if we're going to talk fan theories, then I'm fairly convinced that young Sheldon within the world of the Big Bang Theory is the quote unquote real Sheldon, while the Big Bang Theory is a sitcom actually made out of Leonard's life, but Sheldon's in it.
Why not the other way around?
Because there are so many continuity errors in the Big Bang Theory and so many contradictions between it and Young Sheldon, where Young Sheldon is actually far, far more consistent.
Ah,
And also, frankly, more realistic in many ways. Like, there are a lot of things that happen in the Big Bang Theory that are just a little too sitcom-y, where Young Sheldon is one of those sort of like, it's still a sitcom, but there's no laugh track. It's not a studio thing. It's much more filmed like a drama while still being a comedy.
okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, it just, and honestly, if you watch the two shows with that idea in mind, they make a hell of a lot more sense.
Moo.
So, that's my fan theory.
Yeah, I think also the midichlorians really annoyed people as well. But like, what I don't get about that is like, I mean, it basically George Lucas just took mitochondria and chlorophyll and just kind of smushed them together to make a thing, and it like kind of, I mean, if you squint at it, it kind of makes sense.
Well, the problem is that a lot of people misinterpreted midichlorians. They thought the midichlorians were the force itself or something. And really, a midichlorian count is just like receptors. You are better able to grab onto the force if your midichlorians are high.
Just like how
But a lot of
professional athletes have more mitochondria than your average Joe.
okay, I don't know about that one, but okay. I just know that the people really thought, oh my gosh, you've turned the force into science. I wanted my mystical energy field. And I'm like, dude, it's still a mystical energy field. It's just like it has an interface, it has a go between. That's all. It's
It's
just, but
a
you
forced
couldn't tell people that they wouldn't hear you. They loved their hatred of midi-chlorians too
it's
much to hear reason.
it's a forced carrier.
Something like that. I mean, a lot of the objections I've heard raised to the movies, honestly, sound like people who want to hate them.
Yeah, just like, you have Ben Shapiro and he's, dunking on Star Wars saying, "Oh, they're preemptively coming out saying, don't be racist," when really all they said was, "Hey, we welcome this black woman to our cast, and anyone who doesn't make her feel welcome, we have just two words, we resist." Said nothing about racism at all, just saying, if people don't want to make her feel welcome, then that, we don't agree with that. And Ben Shapiro is basically like, "Oh, there was no racist attacks against her," whereas she literally shared the screenshots of people calling her a dirty N-word and saying she was ruining Star Wars and Obi-Wan Kenobi simply for existing and being a character on the show that is not
Well,
cishet white.
see, the thing is, do these people not remember Lando Calrissian? I mean, Lando was just a little bit on the black side, you have to admit.
Sure, but I mean, he was literally the only one, and,
Well, okay, but these people are bitching about a black woman being added to the cast when there was a black man
right,
in the
but
cast quite some time ago.
what I'm saying is like he was the only one and they thought he was cool, maybe? I don't know. Like they kind of overlook that one, and I'm agree with you,
So would they
that
have been
it's
okay
stupid.
with a black woman they thought was cool?
I don't know. Like, and it seems like they care more now, about it because it's more culture war bullshit to distract and rile up the masses.
I mean, here's an idea. Like, I know Mariah Carey's not the best actress in the world, but let's cast her. I don't know, oh gosh, what's her name? Damn it, what? Halle Berry. Let's
Beyonce
cast Halle Berry. Do you
or
think they'd be okay
Beyonce.
with? Well, I don't know much about Beyonce at all. I know she exists, and that's about it. So, how about Halle Berry? Because she's the one I do know.
Halle Berry's a good actress. I
There we
I
go.
loved her as Aurora Monroe. Like that is probably one of my favorite. I thought she was very well cast as
Who
Storm
is
in the
that?
X-Men.
Oh, Storm. Okay.
Yeah.
And she's the
I
only
Um.
guess I just
person
didn't know Storm's like secret identity name.
Yeah. It's Aurora Monroe.
and she's the
Gotcha.
only person I know named after a department store. Yes,
If you say so.
Halle Berry is named for the Halle department store chain.
Okay. Um, yeah, but I mean, like there are plenty of actors and actresses of color who would be absolutely amazing in a Star Wars movie. Although I kind of wish they hadn't used Forrest Whitaker in Rogue
Well,
One, but I've never liked him. He always looks like he's just this close to the verge of tears. You know
if
what
we
I
go
mean, Mitch?
if we go outside the original Star Wars there's trilogy, there's more than just Miss Lando as a
True.
black character. You have Mace Windu.
Yeah.
And if you get into who played the characters, you run into more too.
Well, and I mean, like who doesn't love? Wow, brain cramp. Samuel L. Jackson. I mean, come on.
Move beef.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't think I've ever seen Billy D. Williams in anything but Star Wars movies, except for that one episode. I swear he was in an episode of Scrubs.
And if I remember correctly, with the character of Finn, a lot of people said that he kind of got a raw deal, the
How do you
actor,
mean?
because he had this really cool idea for a stormtrooper turned rebel, and they just turned
If anything happened to these people, I don't know about it.
yeah, that's how they handle his character.
Hmm.
Let's
I
see.
don't know. I didn't like any of the characters in The Force Awakens. I didn't like him. I didn't like that Poe guy. I definitely didn't care about Rey. I hated Kylo Ren. With the White Hot Fury of 1,000 Suns, I hated that character, and Snoke was just stupid. I mean, first of all, the name Snoke. I mean, come on. And next of all, oh look, another withered Sith Lord. Woo! Like I haven't seen Palpatine already. It was just so stupid. I don't know.
That's
It was like, honestly, it was similar to watching the third Ghostbusters movie. It was like, okay, so we're seeing absolutely everything we've already seen before, just slightly differently. Great.
mm, I can see the comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to like these movies so much more than I did. Like, I really wanted to like those movies, but they just did so many things wrong. It was like, I mean, hell, like as much as I don't understand the appeal of Rogue One, I really don't. I thought it was terrible, but if nothing else, like even if I hated the characters as much as I did, I hated the tone shift so much more. It did not feel like I was watching a Star Wars movie.
I didn't hate Rogue One. I just found it was kind of meh.
I don't know. I left the theater angry. And that's only happened to me like 3 times, leaving the theater angry.
Then again, I didn't see it in theaters either, so maybe it
Mm.
was a different
I still
experience.
haven't seen it, but like honestly, I actually don't hate the the Disney trilogy. Like I don't particularly love it or hate it. I mean, it was like I could eat popcorn to it, and like that's if I can do that, then whatever, I can watch something, and not worry about it. Like, I don't get super passionate about things. Like, it really has to be something like as much as I love Star Wars, like, it's when, I don't mind them adding to something, it's when they do, like, a reboot of something and they don't stick to the source material. It's like
Mhm.
I loved the X-Men trilogy, the one that came out in, like, the early 2000s, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and so on, and I absolutely loved them, and after watching, the second one and seeing that end credit scene where you see the Phoenix under the water, the Phoenix Saga, specifically the Dark Phoenix Saga, is my favorite comic book arc of all time. And my second favorite is House of M with Scarlet Witch, but that's a whole other thing. And so I was so excited to see them bring, the Phoenix to the screen. And then we got X3 and it was very disappointing. And then with, X-Men First Class, like the reboot of the series, I thought it was amazing. And I really enjoyed it. I loved their take on Xavier and on Mystique and on Magneto. Like I enjoyed it. And then they got to their Phoenix arc and just fucking whiffed it. And it made me sad because I have yet to see a good representation of fucking the Dark Phoenix in live action.
Well,
Well,
I
the
kind
dark.
of similarly, there have been a couple of times where I've been very disappointed because I wanted to see something that didn't make it on screen, or where they made it, but it was just not. It was like okay, Ender's Game was a shitty movie. I mean, really shitty, and made out of a good book. Starship Troopers was a good movie, but shouldn't have been called Starship Troopers. I mean, like, there's just a lot of like, I would love to see a Starship Troopers movie that follows the book, you know?
That would be
'Cause,
interesting. I
like,
remember.
I
I remember
love
listening
what
to the.
Verhoeven did, but it was not Starship Troopers.
Yeah, I remember listening to the audiobook of Starship Troopers. And it was like right after I had seen the movie too,
Hmm.
or
Yeah.
fairly close to it. So I got to compare them side by side, and that
Well,
was quite interesting.
I actually have never really gotten into the X-Men. I mean, I tried, but I feel like I lack the context to really get it. Like I feel like those movies were maybe made for people who are already into the X-Men,
Yeah, a
honestly.
little bit
And
they were.
so
Yeah.
like I actually have this X-Men omnibus on my wish list. As soon as I start making money again, I'm going to buy the bastards just cuz I've always been a little curious about the X-Men, but I've never actually pursued it, so
or
eventually.
any particular or things you want to know?
No, I mean, I would call anything you might tell me a spoiler at this point. I want to
Mm,
get the anthology because it's like 1963 to 2011. This thing, so you know,
okay,
it,
good years.
I think that'll be a good intro into the franchise.
Let me know
I
when you
wish there
when you
was a
do
little
get
less
it.
crossover in the Marvel universe because it can be really difficult to just watch one thing
But
and have it stay one thing.
so I shouldn't ramble on about the differences between the Phoenix in the movie and the Phoenix in the comics.
Please don't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. Eventually, I'll get on it and actually learn more about the X Men. But for now, I'm just gonna have to wait. But
I'll have to wait until you're gone then I'll to ramble on about that.
Yeah, or
well, it
when you
also
do get
doesn't help
it.
that like how many superhero sagas have been rebooted or here's an alternaverse or something. You know, it's like, oh yeah, well, like what if Bruce Wayne died 2 years after being Batman and Robin has to take over, and yet somehow for whatever reason it's set in Elizabethan England. I don't know. It's like all this fucked up shit that they love to do to rework something that's already. I mean, come on, they have like Jughead versus Predator for fuck's sake now. You know, it's like
There was an
I,
X-Men Star Trek crossover.
I
Which one?
so I mean, it's gotten to a point now where you can't just pick up a comic book like a series and read it because there's like so many other things it ties into. I would love to find a title that's just its own thing, you know?
Let's see, they've done a X-Men and Star Trek crossover, and they've done a Star Trek like Doctor Who crossover. Does that mean they can do a X-Men and Doctor Who crossover?
Oh, actually, while we're on it, one thing that people have asked about is whether or not the various sci-fi franchises we enjoy today exist in the other sci-fi franchises that we love. Like, for example, does Babylon 5 have today's entertainment minus Babylon 5? Or does Star Trek have Star Wars? Like, if I was living in the Federation, could I set a holodeck to Star Wars and never leave? Now, we know now, after last week, after this past episode of the Orville, that Star Wars exists within the Orville universe. We know this
Yes.
for certain. So I seriously, I cheered like because when he was trying to finish that speech, I'm sitting here going, oh, I would say, "May the force be with you." Is all I can think of, and then he says it, and I just like I put my fists up in the air and went, "Yes, yes!" Like I think the neighbors thought I was orgasming or something, but it was like so cool. I was walking on air through the whole show just because of that moment. It was so great.
Yeah, that's kind of one way that you can just do like one of those jokes that actually turn out to be good, but for other
Yeah.
reasons.
Oh, like the Orville has made me cheer twice, like cheer out loud twice. The other time was when Mercer was with that Krill chick, whatever her name was, and he says to her, "I liked you better when you were still using contractions." And I'm like, yes, because it so bugs me. Like the main way someone shows that they're an alien is they stop using contractions. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
You know, it's kind of like the overuse of the word must in sci-fi and fantasy. Like no one ever has to do something. No one's ever got to do something. They must do something. We must go to this system. It's never, yeah, we got to go to that system, check it out. No, we must go to. It's just so weird that they use that so freaking much. I'm not even sure the writers know they're doing it. I think they're just so used to doing it that they think, oh, well, that's how you write sci-fi fantasy.
Yeah, it probably isn't a conscious thing.
I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair though, the contractions thing makes sense, considering either, they're using a translator, which would likely be going off of more like proper English and, dictionary type thing, or like the species have actually learned the language and contractions are shortcuts,
Well, wasn't there a
and
scene
But if they hang
somewhere where
around with
they
enough native speakers.
Yeah.
wasn't there a scene somewhere where the imposter data was discovered because he was using contractions?
Yes,
Yeah,
Data didn't use
but
contractions, or
that see, that always
well, there
bothered
were
me because
there
you'd think the
were
door would
continuity
have gone,
errors
I
to
know
that.
enough about data to know to not do this. You know, like you'd think he would have gone, it's I shouldn't use contractions because data doesn't if he's trying to pass for data. I know, I like it's one of those times in a show where to move the plot forward, the characters have to be intentionally stupid.
Well, there were times where he did was careful about not using contractions in that episode.
Hmm. I don't know. It seemed like a cheap thing to do to me, but whatever. Um, I don't know. It's like I think if an alien hung around with humans enough, they'd eventually figure out contractions and realize, hey, it's a lot better to use them because people react to you better. I don't know, but
Maybe.
I don't know. One thing that I'm doing in Quinn Redshift, because this has always bothered me in sci-fi, is how the translators don't actually translate. They just make everyone lip sync English. You know, it's like you never see an alien speaking in their alien language, and then the translator activates itself. You know, so in Quinn Redshift, I'm very explicitly building it into the universe that the translators like when you can hear what someone means in your head, but you can still hear what they're saying in their own language.
That is
You
an
see,
interesting take on the translators.
well, because I mean that's the way a universal translator should work. There's no reason aliens should be lip syncing English when they're speaking their own native language and having it translated into English. It just doesn't make any sense.
Like for me, I always thought of it as like, you would have like say like in like my perfect high-tech futuristic thing, everybody would have either like a contact lens or an optical implant or something like that where you have like a permanent like heads up display, and essentially, it would be giving real-time like subtitles like for translations. So
I would
if
find
it
that be such a
sees
pain.
if it
That'd be
sees like
awfully
sign over
distracting.
here. I mean, I think you would get used to it. Like the human brain is remarkably adaptable.
Well, I personally still prefer my idea because you don't have to read anything while it's being spoken.
True,
You know,
but
I mean,
you have
I've
that
met so
overlap
many times.
there.
Well, I mean, that's part of the point. I mean, I want to make a specific, like a very pointed point about these translators don't work the way you see them in Star Trek. Damn it! You know, I want to establish that. And if Quinn Redshift takes off, it's going to be part of it. I'm going to say to whoever wants to license it, you absolutely have to follow these rules, or it's not Quinn Redshift anymore. And one of them will be that translators, you still hear the alien language, but it gets translated in your head. And it does happen in your head. It's a nanobots thing. They like inhabit your brain and they help translate what you're hearing. It's a thing. I explain it in more detail later, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, hearing, like, if you've ever, like, had, someone watching a show on their phone while you're watching something, sometimes I've noticed people can get confused with the audio overlap between the two different things. Like, that's the only real, like, concern I could see with it if that technology were to be implemented where you're still hearing the native language,
Well, but here's the thing, like it's not you're hearing the native language and then it gets translated into your language. Like I said, the nanobots are in the brain. They convey the meaning of the words. Like it's more of an intuitive gut level understanding than it actually is a word for word translation.
Okay.
But I mean, it's still very, very accurate and detailed enough to where, someone says "Gerbil glag Logenflarg," and it's an alien language, and you can go, "Okay, great, you want fries with that?" That kind of thing, where it's like you just know what the hell they meant, even though you can't speak the language, you can't understand the sounds they made. It's probably a little disconcerting at first, but it starts to feel remarkably similar to just having a real conversation with someone after a while.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting take on things, and I think it's cool to have a whole like new idea in the genre because for a genre that's all about like pushing boundaries and like coming up with like new and innovative like solutions to complex problems, there's a lot of like rinse and repeat in
Mm-hmm.
sci-fi, especially
Mm-hmm.
these days.
Mm-hmm.
Star Trek brought us the idea for cell phones with their communicators, and now it's like it's all stale.
Well, I mean, I've been hearing some stories about someone who like tried to show the original Star Wars movies to their kid and they really just didn't care and only cared about the new ones. And it's like, hey, but if this is what came before, you got to know this. If you don't have the backstory, but oh well, you know. So, I mean, it probably feels stale to us because we've seen it 1,000 times, but I don't know. I mean, that's something that does bother me a little when I watch older sitcoms and realize how many of those jokes and scenarios have been recycled over and over and over. Like, there are times I can point to bits of, like, say, Friends and How I Met Your Mother and The Big Bang Theory and say, they did that joke on Friends like 20 years ago. Oh, and they also did the same joke on the Golden Girls, even older, like even before that. It's like there are so many times. Like, how many times can you pull out the same trope? You know, like you have to count on a new audience to be able to make that work.
Interestingly, with your translator idea, scientific setting, that actually could kind of work because there are only certain parts of the brain that work to understand in words and sentences. So if you have some kind of nanite that's just triggering that part of the brain,
Well, I mean, I don't know how much I want to say about this. I've said a few things before, but basically, like, how people are always talking about, oh, I'd love to be able to upload my consciousness into a computer. But of course, when you really think about it, you could only upload a simulacrum. It wouldn't be you, right?
I don't know.
And like, it wouldn't be your consciousness. That the I that is you right now would not inhabit a machine. It'd be a copy of you. But I solved that problem by a sort of ship of Theseus thing with the brain and nanobots that slowly over time replace the brain with mechanics, like synapse by synapse. These nanobots do it, maintaining continuity of thought, maintaining that I think, therefore I am I. And after a while, because the brain is now fully mechanical, you can do a hell of a lot more with it, you know?
I don't know. It seems like a distinction without no real difference either way.
I disagree completely. Let's put it this way: if I were to upload my consciousness into a computer, again, I'm not looking out of the camera of the computer. I'm me watching a second version of me look out through the computer's camera. I have not achieved like mechanical immortality or anything. What I've done is made my own AI friend. That's all I will have done. If I actually want to be a machine, me personally, my consciousness, not a copy of my consciousness, I would have to do something about my physical brain because that's what generates me.
Hmm. So what? Hmm.
I would be down for that. Like, send in the nanobots because then I would be able to tweak my brain however I want and, take my now mechanical brain and put it into a mechanical body
Mm-hmm.
and be able to do whatever I want. And even if I didn't put it in a mechanical body, even if I kept it in this body, I could turn off the pain receptors so that I don't fucking feel the pain of this body while I wait on mechanical body to be done. But the one thing technology that I am looking forward to is full dive VR. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
um,
Oh, that would be neat.
I
like
know
full
that we'll get there
application everything.
eventually, but like I would love to play like Sword Art Online, like
Oh
for
yeah.
real.
Well,
I
I'm
could
I'm looking forward to like that big empty room that I'm going to have available to me. I'm looking forward to playing Skyrim VR.
I could see a full dive VR working sort of like a dream, except instead of it being generated by your brain, it's being generated by some kind of ah,
Well,
ah,
I
external
mean,
source.
that's not really VR though, is it?
Well, it would be VR. It would be a virtual reality. It would just be
Well,
generating a dream instead of
okay, if you're going to
something
be
that goggles you're looking through.
if you're going for technically correct, then it's VR. But if you're going to go with what people call things in popular language, then what you're describing isn't VR. It's something else entirely. It's closer to like jacking in with cyberware than it is virtual reality.
Kind
Well,
of.
I said full dive VR. So have either of you watched Sword Art Online or any of the
No,
other
Yeah,
like where
I
it's
have.
no.
basically it is a connection where it is almost like a Matrix type thing where you feel what your character feels and you get
This
all these different experiences so you can feel what it's like to fly or to,
well, is this
cast
a
spells.
show or are you talking about a real
It's an anime.
adventure?
It's an anime.
Okay, okay. So you're not talking about something that is
I'm saying
available.
I'm looking forward to that
Sure, sure,
technology because
sure.
I
Yeah,
do.
Tornado.
I'm just trying to make sure I know what
Oh,
you mean. You don't have to re-explain it. I just want to clarify.
That's fine. But
Yeah.
yes.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm really looking forward to like full body haptic suits and all of that stuff. So it's really immersive. Treadmills, omnidirectional treadmills, all of that. I'm really looking forward to that stuff because then you can actually fully immerse yourself in a world and not worry about bumping into the wall. You can run around, you can dive around, you can dodge. I'm really looking forward, if nothing else, to a system that can read all of your joints and know whether or not you've actually been hit by something. Because the number of times I've been playing Spark and that ball hits me in a place where I wasn't because my virtual character didn't quite realize where my waist was in relation to my head.
Yeah. Like the technology that I was describing, rather than being like a haptic suit, it's
Well,
more like it's
that's
all
what I was
focused in the brain.
yes, I was
And
describing what I was looking forward to. I mean, I understood what you were getting at. It's just I had a different idea of what I wanted. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have it all in the brain, but I think that's much, much, much further off than haptic suits.
Kate,
Yeah.
Tornado wonders if you're referring to Ready Player One, whatever that is.
Ready Player One features haptic suits, but it's not. They're not exclusive to it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Ready
You two
Player
have
One.
lost me right there.
Well, Ready Player One is a book that got turned into a movie, and I recently reread the book and its sequel. And honestly, I have to say I like the movie a hell of a lot more, if only because the main character is not a slimy little worm in the movie.
I still have to
And
see
he
that
is. I
movie.
mean, like I remember reading the first book and thinking he was kind of a hero. I reread it and I was like, "Oh, what a little jerk. Oh my gosh, what a petty little kid this guy is." And he only got worse in the second book.
I mean, honestly, he just kind of reminds me of the 12-year-olds that fucking flame people on Call of Duty.
Well, that's kind of what I meant. Really.
Haven't
Um,
Hi,
haven't read the book.
Marie.
Haven't seen the movies.
well, I honestly like, and I've said this before, I watched the movie after having read the book like a decade before or something close to it. So I barely remembered anything about the book but the premise. And so watching the movie, I was feeling like I came in clean. And I loved the movie. Then I reread the book and went, wow, this would have been unfilmable as is. I mean, we couldn't spend all this time watching them reenact like the Breakfast Club or Ferris Bueller's Day Off. We couldn't spend all this time watching them play joust for hours. So it's like they had to rewrite that book when they made it into a movie, and I think they did a much much better job, or at least they made me like the character better. And I'm not going to say that the books are bad because they're not. It's just I like the character better, and whether or not the characters are worth knowing is a large part of whether or not I like or dislike something. In fact, it's almost completely the reason I hated Rogue One is I didn't give a damn about any of those characters.
That was a problem with Rogue One.
Yeah. That's been a problem with movies in general, I feel, is that most of the time when I watch them, they're so freaking shallow. Like the characters do not interest me. They aren't people I wish I could hang out with in real life. They aren't people I want to see again in a sequel. They're just these bland things that are there to hold the guns, and that's it.
Another problem with the whole Star Wars there's thing with under Disney is they're trying to explain everything, even if it doesn't need an explanation.
Hmm.
Like,
Well, then,
where did Han Solo get his name? We
well,
didn't need
actually,
that.
you know what? It's funny. There was actually this weird theory going around that the characters from American Graffiti went back in time and were actually the ancestors of everyone in the galaxy far, far away. Like Richard Dreyfuss's character is the first one to learn how to use the Force, like in the whole galaxy, I think it was. And he started like using it to lift himself up into the air and move around, which is how he ended up with the name Skywalker, right? And Harrison Ford's character in American Graffiti, I forget exactly how he got the name Solo, but he was clearly Han Solo's ancestor, things like that. So there was this whole thing about, and this was an actual plan. This is something George Lucas contemplated seriously, at least for a minute or two.
See, one thing that I think is funny about, the movie Solo, talking about like Han Solo, is it actually kind of made Han Solo's character worse in a way, just because the whole thing was he was this brilliant pilot, but then you realize that the ship has a fucking AI. It was the ship's AI that was allowing him to pull off these
Oh,
amazing feats.
that's so dumb.
I don't think they intended it to be that way. I don't think they thought it through, honestly, because like there is an AI on the Millennium Falcon, and so it just leads you to think that yeah, all of his piloting skills are not as good as originally thought because they were AI assisted.
There's someone naked in the chat.
Yeah, I don't
Um,
remember seeing this person before.
But I mean, I actually saw this idea that actually I thought was kind of neat, and I'm not sure, but kind of neat for a Star Wars show about Lando Calrissian, and it starts in like a cantina where Lando's maybe playing cards or something with a bunch of folks and telling a story about his past. And then you see like young Lando doing stuff and gets a lot of criticism from the people at the table. That's not how it happened, that kind of thing. But it's basically Lando talking about his past. And I was like, okay, so I might watch this show, but only if they call it How I Met Your Smuggler.
All right.
They did. They
Because that
did.
is basically like the plot of How I Met Your Mother is it's older Ted telling his kids how he met his mother, and the whole show is spent watching younger Ted do his thing. So, I mean, if we're listening to Lando talk about his past and we see the past playing out, how is that not How I Met Your Smuggler?
They did. It implied that Lando was having sex with the Millennium Falcon's AI when it was still in a droid body.
Eh, I don't know. It's.
Droids need love too.
Mm, I don't know. I bet Lando could fill that droid socket. I don't know.
They made
I
it
mean,
work.
I suppose there is some precedent for the Millennium Falcon having an AI. I mean, if you remember in The Empire Strikes Back, 3PO says to Han, I don't know where your ship learned to communicate. It has the most peculiar dialect.
Well,
So, I mean, he was clearly talking to the computer and it was more than just a data stream, but there's no guarantee that the AI ever flew the ship.
the thing about in Star Wars, it seemed like all ships had some kind of AI or something to help run it.
I don't know. I mean, when you look at the X Wings, I'm pretty sure the astromech droid filled that role.
Oh,
They're
still,
also much smaller, though, and they kind of need the astromech droid, which, droids are their own kind of AI.
True. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying is the droid filled the role rather than it being part of the ship, rather than being integrated.
But with a bigger ship, you would think it would be more integrated, or it would more
Of
likely
course.
be integrated.
I was just listing fighters as exceptions. That's all.
Yeah. No, makes total sense.
no, still, ship with port with a AI that can be removed.
Well, I mean, if it had an AI on board, it may have just been like maintaining engineering or power levels or some crap. You know, like how Chewie was more of a mechanic, or the computer might be more of a systems manager
If I remember
for the
correctly,
AI.
it was explained that they need the AI for calculating the jumps for light for hyperspeed.
Well,
Um,
yeah, which would make
you
sense
know,
because if you fuck that up, then everybody dies.
although Han Solo does mention getting coordinates from the Navi computer, which may be a subsection of the AI, but I don't know. There's the possibility that there's multiple computer systems on there and only one has an AI, or maybe all of them have their own separate. I don't know.
Who knows?
It was probably
I
all.
bet George Lucas knows. Well, actually, then again, I do wonder sometimes, like, how much of the Star Wars canon did he create? I mean, there is detailed technical info on almost every Star Wars vehicle, droid, weapon, etc., etc. How much of that was created by George Lucas? How much of it was created by other people and he approved it? And how much was created by other people and he just said, I don't give a rat's ass? It's something I do wonder. I mean, because as a content creator myself, as someone who's writing a sci fi story, I have given a lot of thought to whether or not to explain how certain things work or to just leave them kind of nebulous, but know that I have rules in my own head, kind of thing, or even just to play it by ear because I'm not really sure how this technology works either. I've sort of gone that way with interpersonal relationships too. I mean, there are some characters there who seem to be a little into each other, but then there's other characters who are also possibly into each other. And I'm like, you know what? A lot of people love to speculate on fictional romances that haven't actually appeared on screen. I'm going to leave this one up to the imagination of the viewer, reader, etc. And I mean, I'm sure there's someone who will bitch about that, about not having a definitive answer for me. But at the same time, if you want to believe that, say, like Cass and Rhea are getting it on, go ahead. If you want to believe that, Quinn and Rhea used to be like into each other back in their days at the Space Command Institute, go ahead. I mean, I haven't, most of the stories I write probably won't ever contain a love story aspect at all.
I know
But
with
if you want to believe the characters are fucking each other, go ahead.
I know with before Disney, the canon for Star Wars was under a hierarchy system.
What do you mean?
You had the movies, whatever didn't contradict the movies, and I think the books was the next thing under it. So anything in the
Oh,
books that didn't contradict the movies was canon, and then you had something underneath the books, and anything that didn't contradict what was above it was canon.
so basically, if George Lucas wanted to, he could override anything in the expanded universe.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, fair enough.
But there was still that hierarchy where effectively some fan fiction could actually be regarded as canon
Well,
if
a
it didn't
while back,
violate any of the other stuff above it.
I started working on a Star Wars fan film, and there are times I've thought about trying to resurrect it. Unfortunately, it's one of those projects that would take years and years and years, the way Quinn Redshift did. And also, I'm realizing that a lot of the characters are the same. I mean, Quinn, Rhea, and Cass are basically Van, Terran, and Anders. So, and their mission isn't at all the same, actually. But still, I have a tendency to write that group of like strong, stoic female leader, hot-headed second in command, and then the sort of stalwart, broad-chinned guy, the sort of hero Buzz Lightyear type. I have a tendency to write that trio a lot for some reason without realizing I'm doing it.
I actually kind of liked how the old canon system for your Star Wars worked. I mean, 'cause it allowed for a lot of that's how got the expanded universe. In fact,
Hmm. There's a lot of the expanded universe I don't care for, actually. Anything written by Michael Stackpole, forget it. Like, okay, here's the problem. Michael Stackpole, one of those guys who wanted to make everything dark. He wanted to write Star Wars as if it were, like goth literature, something dark where everything bad happens and no one's ever in a good mood. And it just seemed like he really wanted it to be, well, kind of the way I didn't like Star Wars, kind of the way I didn't like Rogue One. It was a complete tone shift from what had gone before.
Just another dark or sci-fi.
Yeah, and I cannot stand that. I wish that trend would, if not end, because I know some people like it, at least if they could provide us with some variety. I mean, the Orville is about the only uplifting sci fi on TV today. And
Yeah,
it's not even on TV anymore, it's on Hulu, but what the fuck? I'll call it TV.
close enough. TV for the modern era.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I really wish more current run network TV was available on streaming services like Netflix and Hulu instead of a channel specific service, and I have to pay like hundreds of dollars to get everything. You know, like I would have to pay for whatever NBC is calling their platform anymore. Is it still Peacock? I don't know. And then Paramount Plus and Disney Plus, which I'll just sort of avoid anyway because fuck that. You know, and all those others, and it's just like after a while, it's going to cost as much as cable.
Paramount Plus. They gotta really work on that, considering they can be called PP.
That's the first time I've heard of that. Plus, also they don't write out the word plus; it's literally a plus sign.
Still it can be called that.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. It's just I don't know. Thinking about bringing my Nintendo Switch with me on the plane flights. I'll need something to do, and honestly, messing around on the Kindle, like reading a book, can only take me so far. After a while, I'm gonna get sick of it. You know,
Mm.
like just there's too much at once. So I'll probably bring some Twitch Switch games with me.
Yeah, play some of that Twitch.
Right. Well, it's funny. I forget exactly what it was I said the other day. It was one of those weird crap I said today things that I put up with the hashtag saying that. And it was something like, no, 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 don't go licking the switch. And people thought I was talking about BDSM switches. But actually, I was talking to the cat who was trying to lick my video game.
That's funny.
It's why I put it under weird crap I said today, because I know the context. But, you know, without it, it sounds pretty odd.
You're so weird. You lick everything.
Right. I don't know. I need to get one of those t shirts that says I licked it, so it's mine. I like that shirt. And, you know, it's especially appropriate, all things considered. Or maybe I
I
need
have
to
a
tell
shirt.
people.
I have a shirt that I forget exactly what it says, but it's like it basically it comes out to be a unicornosaurus in a world of cuntosauruses.
Well,
Huh.
since the rights can currently flipping out about it, maybe you should get one that says, "As it won't lick itself."
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe,
Ring the devil's doorbell.
right. Yeah. I always thought that'd be a great name for a band, actually, like an all lesbian band. I mean, I suppose it could be all female, but it just sounds better with lesbians, but that's just me.
Well, that's because,
Yeah.
bisexual women and lesbians need more representation.
Yeah. I don't know. If I
So
want
long as
sex,
it's
I have to buy
bisexuals
it.
and lesbians, because we don't need any more bi erasure.
By what?
Bi
Race?
erasure.
Okay,
Like,
you lost me.
so it's basically a phenomenon where bisexuals tend to be erased from things.
Mm.
I.e., Willow in Buffy the Vampire Slayer being made
Oh,
a
yeah.
lesbian instead of being bisexual when she was
On
obviously bisexual.
on the other hand, though, like she never did seem to go back to Dick after Tara. In fact, she got a girlfriend after that. It may be one of those things where she had to go through a straight phase to figure out what she didn't want.
Possible, but that was just the first thing that popped off the top of my head. It happens quite regularly in media, and there's actually like a lot of hate towards bisexuals in the LGBT community. Like, we kind of get it from, both sides of it, of the, oh, well, you just need to pick a side, or, oh, bisexuality is just a stop on the way to gay town kind of thing.
Or they
And
just wanna fuck everybody, so yeah.
exactly. Like, there's actually quite a bit of prejudice in the community against people like me. I mean, for the most part, I've
Oof.
actually gotten, more hate, for being bisexual from other queer people than I have from straight people. Now, granted, I'm not going out there talking to every straight person on the street, "Hi, I'm bisexual, nice to meet you." But, just in my small anecdotal sample size, like, I have gotten more garbage from people that were in the in the rainbow, under the rainbow umbrella in the alphabet mafia, than I have from, people outside of it. But it's still a rare occurrence.
Well, when it comes to bisexuals, I have to admit I don't get it. Like, I can't empathize with wanting both, but I can intellectually understand it, and I think that's enough because I don't have anything against bisexuals. In many ways, you folks are lucky, because you have a much wider field to pick from.
This is
But
true.
at the same time, I mean, I still, it's hard to empathize with wanting that, but to each their own. So I don't give a damn,
Yeah.
as
Plus you
long
plus
as
you
as
have
long as you don't hurt anyone around you, I don't give a fuck.
yeah, plus you also have the many guys who'd be looking at bisexual women thinking, oh, a girl who'd be into with threesome with another woman.
Ah,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, I've
Oh,
heard that one.
that
That
that is
garbage.
definitely something you come across quite a bit. Yeah, the
Mhm.
ones who have the least issues with me being bisexual are straight men, and for exactly
Wow.
that reason.
I mean,
Um,
I get it. Is like, well, we were talking about porn before, and how it's best to just have two women and no guy.
Mm-hmm.
that's how I prefer my porn. I mean, like, my sexuality is just kind of weird. Like, I am attracted to both men and women, but like, I do actually find women more like sexually arousing. Like, if I'm going to watch porn, it's going to be lesbian porn.
Mm.
I
But
hear it.
I have a stronger emotional connection to men than I do to women. So it's like, women, it's more for the fun, sexy times, and men, I just form a stronger overall relationship with. Now, I'm not discounting that I can have fun, sexy times with, men and have a strong connection with a woman. It's just, the way it kind of panned out. And I've had people be like, "Oh, well, because you're dating men, that means you're not bisexual." It's like, no, like, my current relationship has nothing to do with my sexuality. It just is my current relationship, and it doesn't mean anything beyond that.
Now,
Yeah,
my
makes
relationship
sense.
with men, if it ever goes beyond like just mere friendship, I have a tendency to collect big brothers. Like, there's nothing romantic there, but there's definitely that sense of, and even if they're younger than me, of I'm they just fill that role of the older brother who likes his younger sister, not the one with a rivalry, but the one who might, like, protect his sister from a bully kind of thing, or the
But
one who
maybe
really
also
wants
tease the
to,
shit.
like one that or the guy who wants to, I don't know, just there's always that sort of, like just that big brother vibe, that protective big brother vibe, and I seem to attract one of those in every town I live in.
That's cute.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I got nothing against guys. I'm not into any of you, and honestly, don't want to see your wedding tackle ever again. But other than that, I think guys are great.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one of those things, like, I don't discount that I could have a, deep emotional connection to a woman. It's just, in general in my life, there's only been one woman that I actually had a deep connection with, and that was many years ago. And ever since, it just so happened to be that the people that I got close to and, fell for happened to be men. But I don't know. I won't paint myself into a corner though.
Hmm. I don't know.
But it does suck, the fact that people can't just, mind their own business and like not worry about what other people are doing if it's not hurting them or anyone.
Hmm. I mean, as long as we stipulate that curiosity and not worrying are different things.
Yeah, no, being curious is fine. I'm talking about getting in other people's business and,
Right. I
you
just wanted
know,
to make sure that the one wasn't being lumped in with the other. Just
yeah,
making
no,
sure.
absolutely. Like
Yeah.
I said, I am always glad to clarify and make sure that we are on the same page. Like, I do not like when having a conversation with someone and you think you are, but you're really talking past each other and everybody
Mhm.
gets more confused.
I
I
hate
will
that too.
always happily like reiterate or, rephrase in order to make sure that everybody comes away from the conversation on the same page.
Well, it's funny because I've encountered people who, for whatever reason, take clarification personally. Like they take it as being condescended to, or I don't know. Somehow, you're insulting them by telling them what you actually meant, and it's weird. I don't get it. Like I know there's ways to do that in a very condescending manner, but even going, "Oh no, that's not what I meant. Let me explain." A lot of people will be like, "Hey, I'm not dumb. I can get it without your explanation." Yeah, it's like, but we're not talking about the same thing, and at that point, it's kind of time to abandon the conversation.
Yeah, for the health and sanity of everyone involved.
Or get snarky and mean in their direction. That's sometimes fun, toying with someone like that. Like if you've given someone every opportunity to have a civil conversation that's on topic and they absolutely refuse, I'm not above tweaking them a little.
Yeah, for sure. Like there's no point in continuing a conversation with somebody, when they're just gonna be assholes.
Obstinate.
Eh, yeah, I guess.
This is always the trickiest part for making these um is connecting this to this.
What is it?
It is a water bottle holder.
Oh,
Like it's basically they call it the H2O to go bag. And here is the credit card slot area along with it's got four credit card slots plus a slip pocket here and then there's a where did I put it? Ah, here. And then there's a slip pocket on the other side of this zipper part, but the zipper part goes on the front of it. So it basically the rough shape will be like this, and then down here is where this little pocket goes, and then there's a lining on the inside. So it's basically if you're going to a zoo or a park or even a gym or something like that, it's a good bag to have because you can put the main cards that you might need plus your phone and your keys and have your big bottle of water with you all in one convenient thing.
I wonder if it'd be cheaper for you to make a grow bag instead of buying one.
I mean, maybe.
make
The
a what bag? A row bag?
the
Grow bag.
grow bag.
What's that?
It's a fabric bag for growing plants in. Basically, it works
Oh,
like a
oh.
flower pot.
So I was still picturing something you might wear, like a fanny pack, and it was making zero sense. Now I know why. I actually bought something a little while ago to hold the Nintendo Switch. The problem is it looks like a thigh holster, and I'm always worried that someone's going to be like thinking I'm armed when I'm just carrying around a video game. I'm
Yeah,
tempted to find like a Nintendo patch or something to put on it, just so people can go, oh, if they bother.
yeah. I had bought myself a little pouch for my belt, for my phone, and some reading glasses. I've been wondering if somebody's gonna mistake that for a gun holster.
And
Yeah.
funny thing is my dad actually showed me a picture of like a specifically designed thigh holster that it still counts as concealed carry because it's like a fanny pack for your hip. But it, holds a firearm. And he was like, "Hey, you think you can make something like this?" And I'm like,
My dad had
"Probably."
my dad had one of those. It was like a fanny pack and it had like a holster for a gun.
Yeah, just
Hmm.
like I wanna design my sister wants me to design a bag for her, like a concealed carry bag with, like, a hidden compartment in it for, carrying her firearm. Like, my family is full of, like, gun nuts, like and, I mean, I'm not anti-gun, like I said, I own one, and before the pandemic, I would go to the range regularly, because I enjoy it, but, like, I don't even though I have a concealed weapons permit, I don't actually carry my gun on me regularly.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Near the end of his life, my dad kind of went old gun nut on me.
I actually have a bunch of gun shaped objects, but they're all made out of plastic, and I use them mostly for animation reference, actually. I mean, I have some old laser tag rifles that, like, if I'm animating characters fighting like Star Wars style, there are times where I'm like, I don't exactly know how a character, like how a person holds a gun. I've done it many times, but I never really made note of it. And so what I end up doing is like, holding up the gun and going, the character's going to do this with it. What does that feel like? What does it look like? And then I use that to animate. So, yeah,
Do you have those little wooden figures for doing different poses so you can look and see?
I
Like
had one, but I really don't need that. Not for the animation I do. That sort of thing is usually more for like hand-drawn stuff where I'm using 3D objects, 3D characters, like Pixar style. So
mhm.
I really don't need one of those because I can like pose the character using their skeletal system, and I can zoom around it, whirl around, just like with the camera or with the perspective window or whatever. So it's pretty unnecessary, that model, at least for what I do.
I've thought about getting one of those models for myself since I do like to draw. I used to draw before the arthritis.
Yeah, I can paint and I can sculpt, but I cannot draw for shit.
This is the sort of thing, I don't think it's the one I actually own, but this is the sort of thing I have for the Nintendo Switch. Also, you notice
That's cute as fuck.
it's right at his waist. The one I have actually goes down onto the thigh.
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah,
Like
the one
it's
I
closer
have.
to, hold on. It's closer to what's going on here, really. But
That's really cute, I like that.
it's still further down on the hip, though,
Yeah,
and it's the perfect size for the Nintendo Switch. But it's like I say, it still looks like I'm concealed carrying a weapon.
yeah. What I've got kind of sits a little bit further up. I would like to get something that sits a little bit further down because it kind of jabs in me in the side sometimes, depending on how I'm
Hmm.
positioned.
Let's see.
So here, this is kind of what it'll look like, what the exterior pocket will look like once I'm done sewing this all together. Um, I'm
Oh,
just clipping it
okay.
in place. So I have to basically clip the other side of the zipper because the front part of it's done. And then I'm going to clip the other side of the zipper onto here and get it sewed in. And then I have to sew in the back panel because this part will basically be going here so that when you open it, you'll see your credit card slots on the inside closest to the water bottle. And then just the flap with the little slip pocket in the front.
And this is worn around the waist, is it?
No, it's something it has a shoulder strap.
Oh,
So
okay.
you would carry it like you would a
Well,
bag or a purse.
it's funny. I mean, speaking of that, I was looking at some of these other, like, Nintendo Switch type bags, and I'm seeing a lot of wearing it on the chest like that. Maybe I should try that instead of on the thigh. I mean, it's really cool having it on the thigh because it totally feels like, I don't know. I mean,
Steampunk.
badass in some fashion, yeah. But if I don't want people thinking I'm armed and dangerous, maybe the chest is better. I don't know. I'm not sure if it'll actually fit on the chest. I should go get it down off the shelf and look.
If it doesn't, you can always just modify the strap
Oh,
and replace the strap.
someone who can sew could do that. I'm all thumbs. There's a reason I use the computer instead, because I can actually, like, I have an undo button. I can move things by precise increments if I want to.
I have an
It's
undo button too. It's called a seam ripper. I rip out the stitches
so
and then do them again.
Okay, I just remember trying to make a stuffed dog in home ec class and spending like 3 weeks and never finishing the bastard. I'm not sewing type. I'm not a seamstress. You know, it's just not where my skills lie. Dog's falling over. Uh, no, wait, that's an actual holster. Where the hell is this pack? Yeah, I have an actual holster because at some point I'm going to be filming something live action. I really want to incorporate live action and animation at some point. So, yeah, that's why I own a real holster. Because, it'll probably be action packed, whatever I make. Ah, yeah. Is this it?
Let me get this basted into place and then I'll show you what it'll look like.
Let's see. Maybe it is this one. Except it has the label still on it. Why would it be this one? No, that's a real holster too. I can't possibly own two real holsters, can I? Weird. No, that's a hat. Well, I have no idea where I put the rat bastarding thing. I suppose I'll find it when I'm packing for the move, but I kind of want it before then so I can, bring it on the plane with me. Oh well, I'll figure something out. Or it's this right here. Got it. And yes, that will go around the chest. Good. Right on. All right. And I guess everyone is busy doing stuff.
Tayo korostu.
Is
No,
it possible it's time to end the show, or at least something?
Oh, I don't know.
I
Let me
just
have a
try to
look
mute
here.
when I'm
Well, we've
sewing
been at
because
it for a little under 3 hours.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, just a little time.
I don't know.
I try to mute while I'm sewing because the sewing machine makes noise and I don't, some people might like the sound of it, but others might not like the chuka 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 chuka, you know?
According to this thing, it's giving me two different answers here. It's telling me there are two people viewing, and then it's telling me that there are no people viewing. Oh, now it's saying that there are three.
It can't make up its mind.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Well, I mean, I have watched viewer numbers tick up and down as things go. Maybe not on this exactly.
Nobody has said anything for half an hour.
Yeah. It does say three watching now. I'm assuming one of them is you. Don't know about
Very
the rest.
likely.
One of them is me.
All right, then
Okay.
there's one poor bastard watching who's actually not in the stream. And to
Hey.
you,
Kahula.
I give the most sincere apologies.
Honestly, it's fine though. Like we're just hanging out and
Now
chilling,
it
you know?
says four watching.
Hmm. They must have found out that I'm in the stream and wanted to,
Now it's back down to three. I was wondering where these
Okay, I take it
masochists were
back.
coming from.
Oh crap, Sandra, you're not supposed to stop that. You silly
Nos de
idiot.
Petrosa Palakinde. Now this is the interesting thing what is going to be doing, what you are saying, when you are going on the coast of the East Variety.
All right.
You're going to have to put each of the kitties in a craft envelope? Is
Nope,
that it?
nope. Actually, found a service that will drive them across the country for me, and the people who run it actually said they'll take all the stuff there too. So
Bastaya.
don't even have to pay movers. Just got to hand the cats to someone.
That's cool.
Oh my,
Yeah,
that's
I
moo. That's
mean,
very moo.
a lot of days away from my kitties and them away from me. I hope they'll be okay when they get to the new place. They'll have so much to adjust to.
Yeah, but cats are pretty good at, adapting.
Oh, this is the pouch I got for myself for my smartphone and my reading glasses. I like the size of it and everything. It's just I kind of wish it would sit a little bit lower on the hip,
A moo.
so you can see there how it sits on the hip. Up,
And it looks significantly smaller than the one I have. I don't think a Switch would fit in it.
maybe not. This is more for a cell phone and stuff.
Hmm.
You can maybe fit a tablet in there.
A really tiny one.
Yeah, a small tablet.
Maybe one
What
of the old
a
Cheetles.
350 milligram?
Har. No,
One giant
actually, I
tablet.
think it would be a stone tablet. You need room for a second one, though.
Okay.
Well, technically 4 because the first 2 got destroyed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And you never know when they might come out with a sequel.
Well, I mean,
It's been 2,000 years, but you never know.
well, I'm sure whatever they come up with will still melt the faces off of Nazis.
Yes.
No,
Absolutely.
after 2,000 years, they're just gonna do a reboot.
This is true.
Yeah, this time they're going to cast like a bisexual Asian prostitute as Jesus.
Yeah.
I would actually watch that.
Oh, female, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
No, like I would watch that.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to remember. There was like, I swear there was a movie called Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter.
There was.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but
Just like there's also a movie called Velocipaster
oh my gosh, I think I've seen the cover of that.
about a priest who turns into a velociraptor and he has to go and fight these like Asian like ninja assassins and he teams up with a prostitute.
Yeah,
Eek.
that one movie I mentioned early on, that was sort of like a foreign film that was just totally ripping off Buffy, is still gonna bug me until I figure out what the name of that movie is. I can't remember.
Oh, boy, boy.
I
Okay.
do remember it had another character of this little girl who played a mute called Talking Tina.
Okay.
Gotta love the Little John type jokes,
Yeah, she was referred to as Talking Tina because she had uh, tele, telepathic abilities.
Jinx, yummy Coke.
Okay, as long as it's of the cola variety, because I don't
Well,
know that I
close
have the
the
money
idea.
for the other kind.
Well, if I meant the other kind, I would have said some rather than
Fair.
Well, just get
I do my
original.
best to not be sloppy with my speech if I can help it, although it's weird how often that bites me in the ass because people expect me to be sloppy like everyone else is. And so I say something specific and people assume I can't possibly mean what I actually said. It's very frustrating.
Well, you just get the real original Coca-Cola, and you have best of both worlds.
Yeah, you're not wrong. All right. So now that I've got the zipper on, you can see it is starting to take shape.
Yes.
So then this is going to eventually get sewn together in the back. So it'll be, like a little bag. And then now that I've got this part stitched in place, then this part gets stitched on top so that when you unzip the front, here, let me clip it in place and then I can show you.
So the zipper is for putting it on, not another compartment then.
No, the zipper is a compartment.
Oh, then how does it stay on? I mean, do you pull it on like a sock or does it attach somehow?
Uh, Up here, there are going to be D-ring connectors for a strap that will, it's an adjustable strap that you put on at the end.
Okay, gotcha.
So basically, it's roughly, going to be shaped kind of like this. It's a little rough because obviously I haven't sewn it yet and the lining's not in. But here and here, these tabs here are going to have D-ring connectors, and then I'll make a strap that will attach to said D-ring connectors, and it'll be adjustable. And
Funny,
trying to
at
think if
first
I have
I
any
thought you
more.
said Deering, like Wilma Deering.
No, no, no.
And I
It's
understood what
basically
you
just
meant. It's a D ring. Gotcha. There
yeah.
was just a miss here. Yeah.
The hardware, the little hooks and D-rings and sliders are what I'll use to make the strap. But yeah, now I just have to connect and sew this panel together, because now that I've got the front part stitched on, I just have to basically stitch on this back part to this front pocket. And once that's in place, then the front pocket will be done, and all that'll be left will be to sew the lining together and sew this together in its final, configuration, so to speak. And attach the D-rings. I'll probably finish this tomorrow. Like, I'm getting to a point where I'm going to reach a stopping point for the night, but I can at least pin it in place enough to demonstrate what it will look like in the end. So, and then I'll just overlap this a little. Just clip that there. All right, so basically, it'll be shaped kind of like this. And then you'll open up this zippered pocket in the front. And when you do, you'll see the credit card slots and the little slip pocket back here, because there's actual like little credit card slots in here as well. And then this is a pocket as well. So I just have to basically sew this back panel into place, because it's got to get stitched in, and then that makes this whole front part of the unit done. And then all that'll be left will be to attach the D-rings and the lining and the bottom, obviously. Like, I still have to put the bottom on, which that's what these are. One is the bottom for the lining, and the other is the bottom for the exterior. I used this waterproof canvas because not only is it waterproof, but it's also got a little bit of texture to it, so it won't slide around as much. And it's a heavier duty material than the just quilt cotton cloth of the exterior lining. And that way, because you're going to be setting it down on the ground, on the table, on the floor, what have you, because it's a bag, it's just a bag designed to hold a water bottle.
Well,
So
okay, but does it have Bluetooth?
no, but it's designed to
Okay.
hold like a big water bottle like this.
I was being silly. It's actually a vague sort of peripheral reference to something said on The Big Bang Theory, but
I've only watched it like a couple episodes of that show.
I really like it. I know a lot of people really hate it, but honestly, the people I've heard say they hate it usually seem to hate it and for like really crap reasons.
I don't know. I found it a little bit obnoxious. Like, nothing, too egregious one way or another. Just the humor was not really my type of humor.
I like Chuck Lorre's shows. He also made Dharma and Greg, and I really like that one too. He tends to like pick a community and sort of like lovingly parody it. You know, it's a lovingly satirize it.
Yeah,
Like
it does
Donna
seem.
and Greg was hippies and also the overly privileged, you know, and I mean he made fun of them equally. And I like as someone who was raised by hippies, I thought it was funny in the way like a comedy roast is funny when you're the one
Mhm.
being roasted, rather than being like, "Oh my gosh, how dare you," you know?
Yeah, then again, like comedy is not really my thing. I tend to prefer like more like thriller, horror, psychological like stuff as opposed to just comedies. I don't tend to watch sitcoms. So,
Mm,
I mean, again, it's just personal taste. Like I don't really see anything wrong with the show. It's just not to my taste.
hmm. Well, I know some people who just seem to object to it on general principle, and I think that it's one of those things where, like, there are a couple of things. I refuse to watch the Buffy TV show on principle because I hated the movie so much,
The movie and the
right?
TV show are like night
Oh,
and day.
I know, but I didn't know that when the show was airing. I refused to watch it because the movie was so terrible. I was standing on principle, you see, and I was wrong to do it because the show kicks ass,
Oh
right?
yeah.
So I have a feeling some people are doing the same thing with the Bang Theory. I don't want to watch it because it's nerdy blackface. But speaking as someone who's at least maybe not a scientist, but certainly into the geekery, I can't help feeling like it's just it's good natured ribbing. It's not something to be offended by. And if you're refusing to watch it just because they're ripping on a community you're part of, I think you're getting in your own way. That's all I'm saying.
I will say I do kind of take issue with them calling it nerdy blackface because nerds aren't really a marginalized community. I mean, sure, maybe they got teased in school, but like to equate it to blackface is just really fucking stupid.
Well,
Mm,
I
I
mean, it
understand the
is, but at the
concept.
same, yeah, I think I mean I know what they're going for, even though, yeah, that's a terrible way to put it. You know?
Moo.
I get what they're going for, but I don't know, like just the fact that they would call it that. And I've heard that before, people saying, "Oh, it's
Well,
basically nerdy blackface." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's completely undermining
well,
like
I
what."
Yeah,
I
I'm not
don't
sure
know
if that's
how to
the intent.
express what they're going for in a way that like people will understand pretty quickly. I mean, I just like I don't know. I've never been one to get offended by the comparisons people make when I get what they're going for, even if it was a really bad way to say it. Like I can't help feeling like it's I'd rather discuss what they meant than how they put it, because it's I don't know, it just feels like unnecessary to like I mean okay, I was in a VR chat, not chat room, a VR poker room, and some snot-nosed little kid was using gay for bad the way people used to in the 90s, and I was like, dude, don't do that. That's as far as it went, you know, just dude, don't do that. That's not okay. Rather than like really trying to force him to change it, I just sort of I don't know. It was I don't know. Do you see what I'm getting at, even if I can't express it well?
Yeah, I get it. You basically want to go after the merits of their argument rather than tone policing them.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
But even still, like, it's just again, my opinion is like that there are some lines that I don't like seeing crossed.
Hmm.
And but that's just me.
Well, if someone can cross a line without actually being mean, I'm pretty okay with it. Like I mean, usually that's pushing the bounds of what's socially acceptable, like what's appropriate, like poop and fart humor or sex humor. But it's not always that. Sometimes it's challenging social mores and axioms, and sometimes it's just saying something shocking for the sake of saying something shocking. And I'm
Yeah,
pretty
like
okay with all of it unless it's actually those people are terrible people kind of stuff.
yeah, I don't know. Like, but then again, for every time you let it slide, then, there are also people that think then it's socially acceptable to go into, like, say, a Call of Duty game and start spouting the N word or calling everybody the F slur,
Yeah.
so it's a fine line to walk for sure of like trying to not necessarily confront people on, you know, their bad behavior, but also like standing up for marginalized communities that are the targets of
Mm,
those types of slurs. And
yeah.
there's no like simple answer. There's just not.
Yeah. There was okay, there's something that has happened a bit in Seattle, or sorry, not Seattle, in San Diego here, where I get what's happening and I support it to a certain degree, but it also doesn't work for everybody. Where if you look away too quickly from someone of color on the street, they'll often put a big shit eating grin on their face and wave to you all friendly, that in a way that's clearly supposed to be sarcastic. The problem is, if you happen to be like neurodivergent or hell, what's the other term?
Autistic.
Hyper vigilant, or maybe have PTSD or something. It's hard to look anybody in the eye for too long. You know,
Yeah,
there's a lot of times where I'll look at someone long enough to know we're not about to bump into each other, and then look away really quickly, and that's interpreted as racism. And I don't like that very much because that's totally not what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll sometimes fake it while I'm actually looking at the person's neck or forehead.
I don't know. I actually like having the excuse of it's Southern California. I'm wearing sunglasses. I can look at somebody and look away without moving my head even slightly.
Mhm.
I've done that too plenty of times.
Yeah.
Since I often wear sunglasses, since my eyes tend to be photosensitive.
Mine got more photosensitive after the LASIK, but I also think it's because honestly, there's nowhere to go to do anything unless I want to go to like really obnoxious dance clubs here in San Diego. So, I mean, I don't get out a lot and I spend a lot of my time in front of computer monitors working on Twin Redshift. So, maybe part of why they're photosensitive is because I'm in the dark a lot. I can't wait to get to Vermont where I have nice west facing windows that let in a shit ton of light, unobstructed views. I'm really looking forward to that because I think it'll actually impact my attitude and emotional well-being quite a bit.
Yeah,
It probably will.
I don't have enough pigment in my eyes to filter out the light.
Oh, I
Um,
have the same issue.
well, I don't know about pigment in my eyes, but they're so brown that they might as well be black unless I'm under direct sunlight. So, I mean, I guess they have some pigment, just a smidge, you know.
I was basically told in the general sense is that the light goes into my eyes and they just starts bouncing around in there. It's kind of like creates a sort of an amplification effect.
Light goes in, light goes out, never an explanation. Anyway,
And
All right, Bill.
I mean, I'm sorry, that was just sitting there all pink and naked. I had to point at it.
Okay, so now that it's stitched into place, I can now open it up and show you. You've got the slip pocket here, credit card slots here, another slip pocket here on the front.
You
So
can put your weed in there.
you very much could.
I just got myself a
I
moth.
hope the reference wasn't missed, but all right.
I just got myself a moth with my zap bracket.
Love it.
Oh,
Love to see it.
so, okay, if you have one of those zap brackety things, what happens if you touch it? Is it that nasty?
I
It's
have
about
yet to do it, but
Okay.
it runs on AA batteries, so I can't
it's about
imagine it would be too bad.
they tend to run about 3,500 volts.
That doesn't tell me anything about how much it'll hurt, but all right.
I haven't tried touching it, so I
Nah.
wouldn't want to know.
Well, okay, I don't know why, but one of my favorite bits of comedy is someone getting electrocuted, maybe tased, or they stuck a fork in a socket or something. They make that like addy 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 sound, and then they fall over. I don't know why, but that makes me laugh.
I just got another
It,
moth.
I have a feeling it would probably burn your skin. Like
yeah.
it would zap enough to give a burn, but it's
Oh,
not going to kill you.
Did
I
you
just
ever
got
put your tongue on a 9-volt battery and it makes things taste funky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh, actually, I managed to get 2 malts in one.
Uh,
I hate bugs so much.
I have to do a sweep for them every now and then. I don't know why the CIA is listening in on my shit, but yeah, I hate bugs too. I found that kind of humor, deliberately misunderstanding something, works better if it's not presented as a question. If you just tell it like it's a narrative or something, it's more organic and it's just I don't know. It's less of that elbow in the ribs dad joke kind of humor. Not none of it, just less.
Moo.
I saw this absolutely horrible medical take earlier today where someone was like, "Why don't we just normalize STDs?" And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding
What?
me?" Well, because like it was part of someone else's argument about COVID, where it was like, yeah, COVID's endemic now. We just have to accept it as part of our lives and normalize dealing with it. And the only way to get rid of it is blah blah blah. And someone else somehow got started on STDs, saying, well, why don't we just live with those? Why don't we normalize those? The thing is, from context, it looked like they were completely serious about it. Like it wasn't, oh yeah, well, why don't we do this other thing that makes your thing look ridiculous? It's not a real suggestion. I'm just making fun of you. It didn't sound like that. It sounded more like this person was saying, you know what? Fuck it. Just STDs are a thing. Everyone's gonna have them. It's not important. I was like, are you kidding me? Really? And hell, I actually don't know what it feels like to have an S. Like, does it burn when you pee if you have gonorrhea or what? What does that feel like? I have no idea. I gather herpes just feels like genital cold sores, which doesn't sound pleasant in any way.
Like, I don't know. Like, I've never had an STD. Like, I've had urinary tract infections. So I can imagine that. Ha! Got you.
Hmm. I heard that snappity crackle crackle.
There
The
we
Yep,
go.
snicker snack.
that's what they usually do.
Yeah.
I fucking love this thing.
Hmm. I actually have a like a plastic shotgun that fires salt, and it's meant for shooting moths rather than taking swipes at them. Well,
Got
not
another
just
one.
moths, house flies, and all of that.
Yeah, like,
Strangely enough, not very effective against roaches. They're far too armored.
yeah, well, the issue I'm having right now is houseflies because, we have to let the dog in and out to go to the bathroom, and our screen door is broken, so it doesn't close all the way. So they end up on the back porch, and then as soon as you open the door, they fucking bum rush into the house. So
Hmm.
I have been on a mission to commit fly genocide,
I do
at least
wonder,
in the house.
like, whether the bugs, like, the entire complex here was infested with roaches for a while. And for a while there, I was keeping my front door open, but the screen still closed. And I didn't quite realize until Xander squirreled out that the screen had a gap underneath it and it wasn't secure. And I have to wonder whether those bugs were my fault or if it's just a coincidence.
Probably a coincidence.
I don't know how they got in.
Yeah, but roaches can actually flatten themselves out quite a bit.
Hmm.
Like, they can, if a sheet of paper can fit under there, a roach can fit under there.
I've watched them squirrel underneath my sink, like the seam between the sink and the counter. I've watched them squeeze themselves into that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's why I started putting the poison there because it was their in and out point and they couldn't avoid it.
Yeah,
Like
it's
like
fucking nightmare
I
fuel.
got rid of most of the roaches in my apartment before the rest of the complex managed to get rid of theirs. And it was all down to figuring out where their front door was.
Yep.
And of course, using that poison that doesn't kill them outright, it's the one that they can carry back to the hive, essentially, the home
Yeah.
base, and infect everybody.
Yeah, that's always better.
Well, not all roaches have a home base.
Well, still, these must have because it was pretty effective.
Were they the German roaches?
I don't know a damn thing about types
German
of
roaches are
roaches.
the ones that are about, half an inch long or so, the little brown ones that scurry, and then they're like the American cockroach slash palmetto bug, which are the like 2-inch long ones that'll fly in your
Wasn't
face.
it wasn't those, that's for sure.
And then it's probably German roaches, the tiny little brownish ones that are about half an inch to an inch long.
I don't know. I usually expect to smoke roaches, but actually, I've never. I actually, to this day, I haven't actually smoked weed or used a bong. I've only vaped and done edibles.
Yeah. Yeah,
So the
those are German roaches.
yeah, those
Yeah,
are German ones.
that's what we had. Yeah.
They're the most common in the United States. And then the American cockroach is the palmetto bug, which those fuckers are like cockroaches on steroids. And literally, I lived in a place, an apartment once that got infested with them. Like the entire complex had to be like, they told us we had to leave and they had to bug bomb every unit. But like, you could hear them when they'd get behind the range, like the stove. You could hear the of their little feet
Mm.
clacking on the back of the thing. It's pure nightmare fuel, and I have nightmares about that to this day.
So you couldn't hear the roaches that were in my place, but you could smell their poo.
Yeah,
Roach shit is one of the most disgusting stenches.
German cockroaches will leave a chemical trail behind.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant. I don't know. It's weird. One of my first years here, I forget if it was like year 2 or 3 or whatever. I don't remember the year that I tried that hoverboard thingy and fell off it and broke my wrist in 3 places. But it was almost immediately after that that they said, okay, everyone has to be out of the place for 3 days while we tent and gas it. And I was like, for what bugs? Because there weren't any in my place. That's for darn sure.
There,
And I ended up like having to go to a hotel that was pet friendly with Columbia. I didn't have Xander yet.
there's a nice size comparison between the German cockroach and the palmetto bug.
I wish they had something else familiar for scale, like a penny.
Well, the German roaches are the ones that you had.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying it still would have been better for the picture. I mean, you know,
I
like
swear, I killed all of the flies earlier, and then like all of a sudden there's more, and I don't understand it, and it's driving me crazy.
I
Because
don't
like
know,
they'll
maybe
land in
they,
my hair, and my hair follicles are so sensitive that I can actually feel when they land on the back of my head, like and just, ugh, it's fucking
maybe the
horrifying.
ones you're seeing now weren't hatched yet. Still larval or egg form. I don't know. I actually don't know the life cycle of a housefly.
I mean, to be fair, part of it's probably my son's fault because when his dad got home, he was standing at the front door and he left the front door open while he was waiting for Michael to come inside, so that probably didn't help matters.
The insects where you live sound far more aggressive than anywhere else I've lived.
It's Florida. It's the Australia of the US.
That
Here
explains.
we go. It was a palmetto bug in comparison to a saltine cracker.
Huh.
They're huge
Okay.
and they can fly and they will fly into your face.
Yeah, they have a tendency of flying right in your face.
It sounds like a sort of low budget horror movie.
Kinda sometimes.
Uh, I don't
I
know.
rem-
It's weird. Like I wouldn't want them in my place, but it might be fun to take that salt shotgun and go find some. I don't know.
I remember
They
when
are
I was
armored.
yeah,
And
I remember when I think when I was about 4 or 5, the first time I saw one fly, the thing basically took the vertical takeoff.
geez.
And I once like literally threw a shoe at one and it got smushed, but it still ran away.
I
And they
took
can survive even if you cut off their heads for a few days.
I actually took a sledgehammer to one of those palmetto bugs and it crawled away.
Hmm.
They are literally, those are going to be the kinds of roaches that survive a nuclear winter.
Well, they're definitely not the roaches I had. From your description, absolutely not. If nothing else, they certainly couldn't fly, and they were pretty small.
Yeah, no, you had German roaches, which again, they're the most common in the US.
They also tend to be one of the hardest to get rid of once you have
Yes,
them.
because if you see one, that means there's dozens in the walls.
Well, there's actually poison smeared fairly liberally all over my place, so they have a tendency to die off pretty quickly as soon as I see one.
I had um I had a German roach infestation once. Someone had come to stay at my place and they fucking hitchhiked in their luggage like bed bugs.
Oh,
Yeah, they'll
jeez.
do that.
And it took months to get rid of them because I didn't know right away because they'll go and they'll go into the walls, they'll lay their eggs, and one roach can become hundreds. And once you see the first one, you already have an infestation in the walls,
Hmm.
and it took forever to get rid of them.
I'm
Well,
I'm
it
a,
actually took very little time to get rid of the roaches that got into my place just because that poison I was using was so effective. You have no idea.
yeah. My mom was trying to figure out why her coffee was tasting funny for a week, and then she looked into to the water reservoir of the coffee maker, and it was full of baby roaches.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
There
Oh,
were a couple of times I'd make pasta and it would end up with like a roach in the strainer that I didn't see. So I made like a policy of basically cleaning out absolutely any dish I use before I use it.
yep.
So it was good to get rid of them, I have to say. Because they were there for a while. And like you say, it took forever to get rid of them, except the reason it took me forever was I didn't know what to do. Like
Hmm.
I figured out how to kill them almost like at random. It was like I said, it's because I saw one of them squirreling into the sink there, and once I saw that, it was pretty easy to get rid of them.
Yeah, they like dark, like damp places. So like under a sink or like behind like your splash boards, like
Mm.
your baseboards.
For a while, they were trying to like infest some of my board games, and I had
Yeah,
to
they
move
eat
them.
cardboard.
Well, actually, they didn't eat anything; they just pooped everywhere.
They
Or
were
I should say
probably
they nest in cardboard.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they will eat cardboard actually.
They will eat it, but like they do tend to like seek it out and nest in it.
Yeah, well, all I did was move the board games further from the kitchen because they were on this table like near the kitchen,
Hmm.
and that like they stopped infesting the board games. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, is all.
I've heard one good treatment for roaches to mix boric acid powder with egg and sugar.
Okay.
Well, I guess it kind of makes sense because like the sugar will attract them. I suppose same with the egg and then the boric acid to kill them.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know a damn thing about boric acid. Is that over the counter stuff like you get
Yeah,
at
It's
the
borax. It's like a
supermarket or?
laundry detergent additive.
Oh, okay. Well, I know borax. I just realized I didn't make the boric acid connection from it. Yeah. Hmm.
Ha! Gotcha, fucker.
Go
Oh
for
no, you don't.
Now
Like it.
that
It was
that
still moving.
that thumpeta you're doing, is that just whacking some? Oh, okay, yes it is. Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was the whacking or the electricity. I guess it was the whacking.
That's the electricity.
Yeah. Mm. I've heard enough electricity make some really loud thumpety noises, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, this it only makes the like snappy noise when it's actually electrocuting the bug.
yeah.
Mm.
Oof. I zapped that one a little
Is
too
it
much. I can
always
smell its burning corpse.
is it always on, or do you have to hit an activation button when you
There's
There's
a
a
snap?
button.
button. There's a little
Okay.
button on the side. So it's
Yeah.
like, and there's a red light to let you know when it's actually putting electricity. So like I can touch it when the light's not on. I will not touch it when the light is on though. If I
Hmm.
accidentally zap myself with it, I'll let you know how it goes, but I'm not doing that shit on purpose.
There was once I was curious with that salt shotgun thing and basically shot myself in the foot with it, and it hurt, but it didn't break the skin. I don't think it even left a much of a mark that lasted long, but it still hurt like a son of a bitch.
Dumbass.
Yeah.
This fly
Well,
landed on the thing.
oh wow, it's like there should be like blue fluorescent lights on it, just like a bug zapper.
Well, that would attract them, yeah.
That would be a good
Yeah.
idea. I've used those things for taking out mosquitoes before as well.
Hmm.
Like, I set it down and the fly landed on it, so I, like, slowly, like, creeped up to it and, like, hit the button and, like, lifted it up and killed it.
And actually,
Actually,
did you know there's actually a way you can move so slowly that the fly won't notice the movement?
hmm. Well, I just thought of this. One other thing that I'm not super looking forward to about Vermont is the mosquitoes. I haven't lived somewhere with mosquitoes everywhere in quite some time, but boy, oh
There aren't
boy, did they
mosquitoes in
show up in
California?
Vermont. What? Well,
You
not where I am in California. I suppose maybe Northern California, but certainly not in San Diego.
I think
hmm.
they'd be more in the southern area of
Well,
California.
yeah, maybe, but it's also urban, right? Like Vermont is a little more wildernessy. So they have that more uh, like that foliage laden places to hang out. Although I forget, was it 2 3 years ago? I forget. I was coming back from Balboa Park and saw this massive cloud of what I assume were bees, could have been hornets. Don't really know because I walked around the bastard. I mean, like seriously, it was like a quarter of a block, give or take, of just bees whirling around. I don't know, was there a spilled popsicle or something? It was just weird.
That's
Maybe
crazy.
mating.
Maybe. I don't know. Whatever happened to the murder hornets anyway?
That was literally just people trying to hype things in order to sell newspapers.
Oh, that's a shame. I thought they were kind of nifty. Like, it's certainly better than, say, a pandemic to have like murder hornets?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Especially since like they're mostly murdering other things other than people.
Hmm.
Because they like murder bees, I think, was what
Yeah,
it was.
it was bees.
Uh, I think part of why they were so scary was just their size, because
Yeah,
they are
they're
small.
Yeah,
giant,
don't mind my cluttered mess behind me.
yes, giant hornets that kill bees.
I needed to sit down in my other chair because, like, I've got two chairs. I've got my computer chair that I use for my sewing, and then I have another chair that I actually have propped up with all the pillows that I need to be comfortable, or as comfortable as I can. I was sitting up for too long; my back's starting to spasm up, so I needed to shift to my, more comfortable chair.
I am looking forward to having space for a couch again.
Couches are nice.
Well, I mean, because I wanted to play VR, and so I had to clear out my couch so that I actually had room for it. Because I kept falling over the damn thing when I would play Spark, right? There just
Mhm.
wasn't enough room. And so now I'll have a dedicated VR room, which means the living room can have a damn couch.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to
Eventually, eventually I'm getting the because I've got all those cubes to hold like my fabrics and stuff. I'm gonna be getting a couple of those like dressers that have the cube cutouts in them to put the storage cubes in there, so it'll be a lot more neatly organized. But like that's like my sewing area, and it's right next to my computer because it needs to be. Um, because I need to be able to connect like my Cricut to my computer. And so just having everything in one spot
that.
is much more convenient.
Okay, rewind. Your Cricut?
Yeah, it's a cutting machine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it it connects via a USB and then it uses a blade to cut out like vinyl or fabric or mine can even cut out wood, but it can only be like an eighth of an inch thick. But if you wanted to do like, custom puzzle pieces or something or like a kid's name for like a little wooden block thing, like you could.
Gotcha.
Really unique. It's really neat, and you can do some really unique stuff with it. But yeah, it's called a cricket machine.
There are a couple of things that I'd love to do where, like, I mean, I mentioned I'm all thumbs, but I did manage to make that sort of not movie accurate, but still darn close radiation case from Back to the Future.
Hmm.
Right. And it cost me about $300. Most of that was the case itself because you could only get the sort that I needed from like DJ supply places. And I had to paint the thing and I wanted to not end up painting the metal. So I had to get masking tape and it was a big old production. But I'm pretty proud of it. And that makes me wonder what other kinds of props I can build. Because, like I said, I want to integrate live action animation. And I think props are part of that. So, it'd be good to have that sort of thing. I was also digging around in my stuff for, packing, getting ready for the move, and found something I don't remember buying, a green screen suit. Like I could have someone walking around like in place of an animated character and then I can animate around them just removing them from the footage. Like if someone wanted to give an animated character a high five, now I have a way to make that happen.
Hmm.
Yeah, my green screen is tucked up over there, but I could theoretically make myself a green screen suit. That could be fun. Like
Yeah. Well,
do like a turtleneck, a green screen
oh,
turtleneck.
mine is more like a Zentai suit actually. It's full body. It covers even the head, right?
Well, yeah,
So
no, I know what you were talking about. I'm just
ah,
thinking for myself.
yeah. I'm looking I have a couple of ideas and I know a couple of really good filming locations not too far from where I live. So I really want to tackle some of these projects that have been in my head for a while. Of course, I have to finish my current projects first, but I mean, I've got a lot of time to make what I want to make. I mean, I keep having to remind myself that, barring disaster, I still have as much time as has already gone by in my life. Presumably, if I live to 80, I'm like, what, 46 now? I have a lot of time. I mean, I remember how long it took to get here. I have the time to work on my projects, damn it. You know?
What have you been up to over there, Diana?
Oh, I am just looking at things and stuff and og and foo and yeah.
Hmm.
And moo.
Yes, many much moo
Let me guess, also boo and go.
and poo.
Hmm. I
Well,
don't know. I think you should just leave poo on the table.
Moo 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 moo.
I'd
or take
rather
poo or take poo off the table, either one.
I'd rather leave it in the toilet personally, but
Well,
There
I'm
you
assuming
go.
it's
Yeah.
already on the or on the table, so I mean, you know.
It is og and it is foo and it is boo and it is go.
Uh,
Yeah.
anyways, I'm gonna have to
Oh.
bounce here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go Betty Bye pretty soon myself.
and given that I'm on the West Coast, I think dinner is indicated.
Oh my.
I
There
haven't
you
eaten
go.
myself. Yeah, I haven't had dinner myself.
You could have
I
some
had
cook.
an artichoke earlier today.
Oh my, yummy and tasty.
Hmm. And it turns out I actually had some lemon juice to squirt in the butter. Like I've been making those Asian stir fries and using like lemon and lime juice to spice it up. And it's actually really good. So I had some lemon juice on hand, and that worked very well.
Daju
Ooh.
korostu.
You guys should try that next time I do a stir fry.
Yeah.
Fun
Well, I
fact,
mean,
Worcestershire sauce is American soy sauce.
uh,
And then you could have
I like to make with my stir fries. I like to add even orange juice works really well. Anything citrus with teriyaki works really well.
okay then. Yeah.
Pineapple is really good with teriyaki as well.
And toasted cockroaches.
Yeah.
No, you lost me.
It's weird how many people like various cultures will eat things like crickets, for example.
Oh yeah.
I've eaten crickets before.
I will not.
I've eaten a cricket in a lollipop I got from the Smithsonian Museum in DC.
I've
Um,
seen tequila lollipops with the worm in them.
but here's the thing, like the ones that go into the lollipops, like they are specifically lab grown, so they don't have like all the germs. Same thing with like wound maggots. Like they're specifically lab grown in order to allow for the cleaning of necrotic wounds
Yeah, yeah.
without introducing other bacteria.
It's
Mm-hmm.
funny. I first heard about that on an episode of House. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
they know to
yeah,
eat only
it
the
just seems so outlandish.
For
dead tissue. Yeah.
for me, it was an episode of Untold Stories of the ER where it's basically like dramatic reenactments of real things that have
Mhm.
happened. And
Hmm.
there was this homeless
Yeah.
man that came into a hospital, and his foot was basically like it had been casted, but then he never took the cast off,
Oh, I remember that
Oh,
one.
and he had basically gotten this like really bad wound on his foot, and when they took the cast off it was just crawling with maggots, but once they cleaned it out and got rid of it, like the skin underneath was pink and fresh, and basically the maggots had essentially given him, free healthcare by getting rid of all the dead tissue, and they saved his life because he would have lost at the very least his leg, if not his life, because of how bad the wound actually was with how crawling with maggots it was.
now, here's a weird question. Like, we all know that your fingers get pruny if you keep them in water too long, but why do they get that way if, like, your fingertip is in a band aid for so long?
Because sweat, moisture,
Ah, okay, fair enough.
you're just trapping that moisture right next to the skin.
Yeah, it's so weird that fingers get all pruny like that.
Like there's a biological reason behind it. I just can't remember it off the top of my head.
I remember, and I've mentioned on the show before, that time I figured out why it is that people tend to circle counterclockwise. There's like a circulation thing. It just feels better to go counterclockwise when you're like moving in a big circle, like at a roller rink or a mosh pit or something.
Hmm. I
Like that,
always
I
go
saw some
clockwise.
sped up footage of a mosh pit, and the whole crowd was like rotating around the arena clock or counterclockwise. It's weird. It has to do just like with like where the heart is in the body. It just feels better, like physically to go counterclockwise. It's weird. They've shown flocks of birds doing it too. It's just a weird like quirk of biology.
I will get this last one. There's one left.
An hour and 7 minutes before New Orville.
Oh yeah, that's another good reason to take
Da
off.
motoko hippie.
Oh, I do love that show. Okay, like okay, for those of you who've seen it, who's your favorite characters?
Isaac.
Yeah?
I've only ever seen the first few episodes of the first season.
I mean, my favorite character is Gordon because I like wise ass pilots. It's just a thing. But I also really like Dr. Finn. I think she's
Oh,
really cool.
I have an aunt who reminds me so much of Dr. Finn.
Yeah?
Or the other way around.
Hmm. Well, it's just like I mean, she's pretty strong and confident. I mean, she's got flaws like any character, but she deals with them really well. She's a damn good single mother. She's a doctor. I mean, she's really impressive as a character, and I mean, she tends to hold her head in a crisis too. I mean,
So she's Beverly Crusher.
but with attitude. Like
Better.
Beverly Crusher
I'd
was a
say
bit more gentle than Dr. Finn, where Dr. Finn kind of has a lot more like fucking do
snark.
it about her.
I'd say I think Dr. Finn's better is a better character than Crusher.
I think so too. She's more multi-dimensional, I think. I mean, hell, she dated Isaac for fuck's sake. Closest anyone got to that in Shrek was that time Tasha Yar got it on with Data,
And they were under the effects of a fucking alien hormone.
which actually happened in the Orville at one point too, but it was a little different than what happened.
That was
Well, it
in
was
season 1, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that episode. Like that alien that like they had like pheromones or whatever that made everybody horny.
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought that was season two. Played by Rob Lowe. No, it would have to be season one because he was also in the first episode very briefly. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just know like I only saw part of season 1 like when it first aired,
Hmm.
and then I kind of stopped watching cable.
I would recommend going back to it if you can.
Especially like in later seasons, they basically like even right now they've basically given up any pretense at being a comedy. Like basically it's just straight up Trek now.
Hmm.
Except with Star Wars style fighters, so I'm even happier. Just saying.
Okay.
And less uptight.
Yes, very less uptight. That is one of my favorite things about the Orville. They've
Less
extracted
preachy.
this. No, no, well, they've
No.
extracted the stick from Star Trek's ass. Like, you know how everybody has to be some sort of classic Renaissance man who reads Shakespeare and listens to fucking classical music and all that shit, where
Mhm.
nobody listens to rock and roll, nobody drinks a beer. It's
Everybody
all
was a Picard.
yes, it gets so irritating. But like, in the first episode of the Orville, they're talking about having cup holders on the bridge for crying out loud. It's like that they feel more like real people than anybody on Trek does, with the possible exception of Tom Paris. But again, wise ass pilot Tom Paris. So I mean, already is one of my favorite types of characters.
Tom Paris would probably fit in really well with the Orville.
Oh yeah, big time. I don't know, but yeah, so I think Gordon and Dr. Finn are my favorite characters. I'm trying to think, like, is there anyone else who really jumps out at me? I mean, Isaac's cool and all, but actually, I kind of like Bortus too. I mean, because he sort of bucks the traditions of the Moclan species, of the Moclan race, and like he's clearly on the path to sort of wanting to change the social order, and that's not an easy thing to do when no one else agrees with you.
From my nerdy side of trying to figure out how such a species would work and all that, it is interesting in general.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly how it works because they never actually explain Moclan like mating, how that works.
I figured,
But
I
I mean, it seemed like they probably do something similar to fish, where someone deposits sperm on an egg or something. But
yeah,
like in Quinn Redshift, what I'm working on, the Venusians, like only the females are sentient. The males are basically like sessile spore pods. So it's kind of different from most. I don't know if there's anything that's set up like that on Earth, but it's very much like mating is not tab A into slot B with them. It's more a matter of walk through this spore cloud if you want to fertilize yourself, kind of thing. You
yeah,
know,
yes.
Are they like a plant-based species?
I think of them more close to fungus, but yeah.
Okay.
With the Mocklins, I was seeing as Bortus laid an egg. I'm thinking Mocklins were probably more hermaphroditic than and they like to let on.
Maybe I don't know. Of course, all things considered, that would be even more fraught because that would kind of make Bortus the I don't know. What am I looking for here?
I
Because
mean,
female is the wrong word, but it's the egg-laying progenitor versus the. But then considering Clyden's origins, that's a little
they
odd.
did state that Bortus was the one who laid the egg.
Yes, they did, but that makes me wonder how that works. But I mean, my point is that if well, you know how Clyden was originally female,
Yeah,
and then they did that surgical thing to, and then but Bortus is the one who laid the egg. It just makes me wonder how Moclan physiology works because it's clearly not the same as Earthling reproduction.
yeah, definitely. That's the reason why I was thinking they may actually be more hermaphroditic.
Well, that would certainly explain how there are females that show up, like, where it's just full on Moclan female versus the all male species they are.
Yeah, and also might explain why they can change the sex of the female to male so easily.
That's true. I did wonder about that. I don't know. It's very strange. Makes you wonder if there's any Moklins who want to go the other way. You know,
I'm
like
wondering.
the
I'm wondering.
elders.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if there might be something in the later episode about that.
Okay, I don't want to spoil anything. I only know the title of this episode, not even the
Well,
like the
yeah,
premise.
that's as far as I know about it as well.
Yeah, so it sounds like that is coming. I think it's if it's not the episode after this one, it's the episode after that.
Not the next one, and the next one after. Yeah, it's the next one after.
Yeah, so not
So,
tonight, next
so we have
week's.
n- week after. So it'd be this one next week, and
And then
then that one.
the Topa episode. Okay.
Yeah,
I really wish they would explain how Topa grew up so fast. I mean, within a year, maybe less, Topa was actually speaking and is the size of like what, a 10-year-old or something.
I guess they
How
just.
did that work?
I guess they just age quicker, seeing
I
as they
guess.
have a harsher environment. They need their offspring to grow up faster.
Well, I wish they'd explained it, like on camera. Actually, come to think of it, I do have like an Orville source book that I never opened. Maybe they say.
From what I understand, that's more behind the scenes shots kind of thing.
The one I had a bunch of species profiles, so I don't know.
Oh, really? I must have looked
It's
into
around
that.
here somewhere. It's probably next to the Cyberpunk 2077 source book. Uh, yes, here it is. The World of the Orville. All right, let's see if it says anything at all about Mocklins. Hopefully there's a table of contents. Yes, there is. Okay. Well, they have a lot about characters and worlds, but I don't see anything specifically about species. I suppose I can look at Bordis and then look at Mocklus. Here we go. Page 74 for Bordis. Okay, let's see if they say anything. Yeah, single gender race, officer, blah, 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 blah. Oh wow, they do have some behind the scenes stuff though. They show the like the makeup model for the baby version of Topa. Let's see, all male society, Boris's mate Clyden, along with their infant Topa. Um Yeah. Okay. I don't see anything that actually says anything about Mocklin reproduction, really.
Yeah, I
Not
didn't
really.
think so.
Let's see. Also, like, I need to put this on the record. Clyden is a complete butt munch.
Yes, he is. Or
Ugh. Uh, oh, so the baby was pure puppet. It wasn't actually prosthetic makeup, huh?
oh, that's interesting. Well, it
It,
looked
it
very realistic.
sure did. Wow. Oh, well, it says here they actually brought in some real babies.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. Wow, I'm looking at some of the concept art for Bordis, and it's the same but different. More alien, more uncanny valley. I like it actually. The thing they didn't go with. All right. Well, there really wasn't much on there. Let's see about Mockless. If I can remember which page it is. Back to the table of contents. Away. That's 140 something. Looks like just 140. All right, Mockless. Here we go. Courtroom, right. I'm not seeing anything about why they grow up so damn fast. Oh well. That's a shame. And they covered almost every character from season one who had speaking lines. Almost. I actually don't think they have that chief engineer guy who left and then John took his place in here, though. Hmm. Wow, they have a bunch of art here that like isn't in the show, but it describes some of the alien species, like Dr. Jorvik, and there's a couple of aliens here that's clear that they have makeup on. They're really the aliens, but I don't remember this part from the show. Huh.
Hmm.
Oh, they were in the first episode. They were at the research facility. They were probably only barely on camera. Okay. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder now if Seth MacFarlane is regretting some of the humor. Like now he has to own the fact that the Krill's god is named Avis.
Come on. Where the fuck are you? Anyways, I am gonna bounce. I've got to go take care of some stuff.
All right. I
Moo.
actually should probably take off too. I'm quite hungry.
Yeah, I'm starting to get kind of hungry too, and I do want to watch The Orville in less than an hour now.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Catch you guys later.
well, you be good, honey. Have fun.
And I had
Or
fun chatting with you guys.
yeah,
So I'll try to be on for the next time you stream too. Just shoot me a
Okay.
message.
It'll be
Bam.
Sunday. It'll usually be Sunday at noon.
or
Okay.
well, yeah, noon your time. My time, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then I will
Right.
say to everyone, I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys keep me going, and I hate you for it.
Neener, neener.
So be good and have fun. And if you don't mind, if you have the inclination and the wherewithal, get me back and forth to dialysis. You want to throw me $1 or so on Patreon? I would be very, very much appreciative. Other than that,
And
okay.
Purple just arrived in the chat.
Yeah, I
Oh man, you're here just in time
that's
to
a shame.
end.
Also, Stool, that's what your mom said.
Yeah, pretty much, pretty much.
I don't know. I don't even like when the postman arrived or something. I don't know. Do they still have milkmen in England?
Oh man.
One of these days, like I've had it explained to me, and I can never remember it because it doesn't make sense. England versus Britain versus the UK. Like the UK, I don't need to worry about. England versus Britain, are they the synonyms, or is one of them bigger than the other?
I don't
Like
know. We have
a
to.
country contains a state, does Britain contain England or something? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I saw a
I'm
diagram
very,
once.
very hungry, so I'm gonna take off anyway. It doesn't matter.
Okay, honey, you be good, okay?
I just won't get caught. Have fun, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Later.
Bye bye, everybody. Oh my. And alrighty. I will say then, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side. Uh.